hello everyone. How's everybody doing tonight? Welcome on into the channel, and if it's your first time here, then I hope you enjoy it. Stopping into the live scene now. I shit you not, I've been... Oh, hi there, Elf. Welcome on in. How have you been doing? I shit you not, I've been sitting here listening to this music for like a good 15 minutes straight. And I can like see this being played on an actual piano, but like, I don't know, it's so good. It's just so good, man. So how you doing there, Ralph? Obviously today we can't have Maps Monday because unfortunately 14 is down for maintenance right now. So we'll be back probably next week for Maps Monday, which will let you collect up another 35 dozen, like, maps that you can then turn in. Yeah, no Maps Monday today. 14 is going down, I think, right now. It was like, or maybe in an hour. So we don't really have the time to start up a 14 stream tonight. I hope you don't mind. Yeah, so, oh, welcome on in, Lana. Hello there. I should mention beforehand that this visual novel here was gifted to me by a certain moderator of mine, so... It's odd because you're on right now. Well, I was told that it was going down in a second. Hold on. Where's... I think it said 6 PM, PST? Yeah, 6 PM PST, which I think is in an hour. Or it might be right now. Should be going down in a second. So I basically can't do Maps Monday today, so I decided to do something very calming and easygoing today. 6:03 PST. Alright. So I decided to play this today, and tomorrow, or I think we're still gonna go with, some cyberpunk bartending in Valhalla tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. But I wanted to play something kind of low energy and low input today. So I went looking up visual novels on Steam. And this one seems more beautiful. And I already know Ralph's gonna start barking in a second too. So it's gonna be great. You have a whole host of Shadowbringers maps. Oh, perfect. You'll get a whole host. You can get, yeah, might as well pick up some Stormblood maps for next Monday. Like, we can use all of them, and all of them are kind of fun to do, you know? It's nice to get a variety. So if you want to pick up some Stormblood maps, go ahead and do so. I have enough maps. I'll have to see if another streamer I know is doing maps or Treasure Tuesday tomorrow, because I might want to go with them. You can't get any more, yeah, you can't get any more Endwalker because you're unique. You started a New Game Plus on Elden Ring.
Time to take a break.
Wait, no, don't quit, return. You started a New Game Plus on Elden Ring. That's pretty fun. I briefly went into New Game Plus in Elden Ring after my first playthrough, and I went and like I'm pretty sure I two-shot oh, are you already barking over there? Jesus. I went over there and two-shot fucking Margit. And that was it. And I was like, yeah, I'm good for now. I'll come back to Elden Ring later. But I was considering playing Elden Ring today, because it's kind of comfy, you know, like... I don't know what it is about Souls games, but they're kind of comfy to play. After you've already beat them, and you already know, like, how they're gonna go. Dark Moon Greatsword? Hell yeah, Dark Moon Greatsword is lovely. I think it's pretty above average in pretty much every Souls game, if I'm correct about that. But it's, as it should be, I should add. You see 3 things you like. Cute fluffy ears, a girl in glasses with a braid, and a woman in mute. Jesus Christ. I know today is gonna go quite well. Elden Ring is your first Souls. I mean, I started with Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, and then Elden Ring. And Dark Souls 1 is just super laid back, man. Like, the games get more complex and difficult as they go on for the most part. And so, like, going through Dark Souls 1 is like just real chill, but not too much to worry about. Yeah, we need to get my new model in a butler outfit. That's what we decided in Savichi's stream last night. Start with Dark Souls 2, 1, 3, then Elden Ring. Yeah, Bloodborne is still my favorite. Even after playing through Elden Ring, Bloodborne is perfect. It doesn't need any changes. I tried playing Bloodborne on PC through a PS4. It's like a live, not a live service, but you know what I mean? Like, PlayStation Network has a service where they can stream a game that you're playing to your computer. So I tried to play Bloodborne through the PC using the PSN streaming network, and it has such bad delay, man. Yeah, the latency is so bad that I couldn't actually play it. So now I have a PS4, and that's what I play Bloodborne on, but I would play Bloodborne even more if it was on PC, you know? Because otherwise I have to fire up the PS4 and get a PS4 controller out and switch over my monitor to the second input, you know, all that stuff. You want to play it, but yeah, as Lana said, yeah. And I don't think they might have Bloodborne as like a launch title for the PS6 or something, like Bloodborne Remaster. So I wouldn't expect it on PC until after that, unfortunately. I think that's what a lot of us are thinking right now, is that they're gonna do like a Bloodborne Remaster, probably through Bluepoint, like they did for Demon Souls, and have that be the launch title for PS6. Now what do you play? Go play some RuneScape, man. Go fish some trout or something, you know? Fable remake? Yeah, I'd like a Fable remake. I didn't play the first Fable that much, so it would give me an opportunity to go play Fable a little bit, you know? I think that would be a lot of fun. You know, the calm of my new model coming in with the butler outfit. That's gonna be primo if we can actually get that done. But first things first, I actually have to have my debut. And my debut is not for another week and change. Seems like a completely new story. Is it loosely based on the same one? Is it like FF7, where it's like... Might be a Fable 4? Oh yeah, it might be a Fable 4 then. If it's a completely different story, it's probably not a remake, it's probably a, it's probably an entirely new game. In the same way that Lords of the Fallen rebooted with Lords of the Fallen, right? They always do that shit. You wanted to play Fable, but you know, yeah, I didn't really get into it, but you don't think you know much of the story. Well, that's something I guess you'll have to keep an eye on, really, as we go through. I mean, I'm not following a whole lot of games at the moment, because I still have quite the backlog of games to work through personally. But there's definitely a number of things on my wish list that I'm thinking about sometime soon. And it turns out that like 3 of them are visual novels, so this will be a fun little adventure. And of course I still need to play FF 8, 9, 10, 10-2, 12, and 13. What are they? So I have Coffee Talk, and I haven't played Coffee Talk before, and I of course need to go through Valhalla, which we will be starting tomorrow. There's also a second Coffee Talk. And there are a few other like little visual novels. I've been suggested one, I think it's Tsukihime, and I've been suggested it, but it doesn't have an English translation yet. So I'm waiting until it has an English translation, and the person who recommended it to me will probably keep me abreast on that situation, you know? Just learned Japanese 5-bit. I mean, I know a little bit of Korean, but yeah, I could probably take a look at some Korean stuff if they had a Korean translation, but it'd still be pretty shaky. That said, I mean, I'd like to spend more time trying to learn Korean at some point. It's just something where, like, I tried in college and I didn't really get into it, and I tried again a couple years ago, and I was like, I was doing alright, but it's definitely very hard to learn new language. That's so far. They did offer Korean there, yes. Yeah, I need to go for the Life is Strange 2 and True Colors. And there's that free one, Tell Me Why, that's on Steam right now from the same developer. I picked that up recently. But yes, Cornell does offer Korean classes, but I didn't take it there. I was doing it via Duolingo, but I had a few conversations with the professor there at one point who does teach Korean. But I didn't actually take it. We talked about it, and I was trying to get a gauge of whether or not I could fit their class into my schedule. And at the time I was way too booked up with engineering, and so she said, like, you know, I really want you to be able to attend both lectures a week, even if I could have you do, like, even if I could have you test out of it and learn independently. So ultimately, I didn't end up picking up Korean there. What did you take? Okay, so your foreign language requirement. Did you just take Chinese? Like, because you already knew some of it? Is that what you did? No? Okay. I was gonna say, like, you already know some of it, you might as well go whole hog, right? And just get the credit. Life is Strange, True Colors, Tell Me Why. Have you played Before the Storm? I played Before the Storm. Latin. Oh, Greek? Or did you take Italian? I love Before the Storm. Ancient Greek? Oh my god. It's so cute how nerdy you are. But hell yeah, have you played... Yeah, I played Life is Strange. I've played Life is Strange, the first one, then Before the Storm. And I own Life is Strange 2, and I own True Colors. What have you wanted to learn? Yeah, there's a 2. Yeah, there's a 2 with, like, the 2 brothers or something. I haven't really looked into it much. I just purchased it because it was from that developer, and I was like, just give it to me. I don't care. Take my money. You deserve it. I haven't played any of the sequels yet, other than Before the Storm. But yeah, there is a 2. And I've heard that it's actually pretty good. But they really pump out bangers there. So they also have Tell Me Why, which is free right now on Steam, so go pick that up if you can. I've never played it, but it's from the same developer and people love it. So many super giant games. They just keep pumping them out, man. Like, they're good at one thing, and they just continuously do that thing. It's like Larian Studios. They did an amazing job with Divinity, and they did an amazing job with Baldur's Gate 3, and they're just good at that one thing. But that's all they need to do, and they'll just keep pumping out games like that. Because I loved Divinity Original Sin 2, and I love Baldur's Gate 3. And I think they're working on another Divinity, is what they said. True Colors is the third one. Oh, do you mean it's like Life is Strange 3, essentially? You've heard it's good, just not as good as 1? Yeah, but 1's a pretty high bar, you know? I can't wait, or I can't, like, expect every game to be an absolute banger. Yeah, on the same scale. Yeah, I can't wait to see what Larian pulls out of their ass next. Night in the Woods. I don't think I've ever played Night in the Woods. But anyway, should we pop into game now? Personally, I don't mind just sitting and enjoying this music for another 20 minutes, but I've already listened to it for like 45 minutes total, including time before the stream. So I might just like dream in this piano piece all night afterwards. I don't know why you said life is strange. Well, life is strange. That is the truth of the matter. Alright. Do we want to get into game? Let's go ahead and start.
I wonder what Wellington will be like.
Fog settled over the forest, far from the villages and towns, and with it came silence. Birch trees shivered, pondering the weather, and dropped their leaves in fright. Streams bubbled, unseen by man, and babbled like the birds in the trees. In the middle of the forest was a grove, and in the middle of that grove was a log. It had been years since it had fallen. Once one of the proudest trees around, and now in death, was home to an abundance of life. A line of frantic ants ran to and fro. Mushrooms, cloud-like and pillowy, sprouted across one side like a footpath for fairies. Nearby, an old toad flopped contentedly in the mud. Your review of this game will... I mean, so far, the writing is very much what I would do, and that makes me happy. And inside the deep, damp hollow of the tree, something slept. A traveler strolled into their grove. Their steps were slow and tired, and I can't speak today, and they spotted the log through relief, like greeting an old friend. Weary from the day's journey, the traveler sat to take a rest. Whoosh. With a scrabbling of nails on rotten wood, a shadow bolted from inside the log to the tall grass nearby. The traveler watched the brush rustle as a faint patch of fur appeared within. Hello there, friend. I didn't mean to disturb you. They held their hand towards the grass, offering a piece of dried fish. At first there was no reaction, and then... First a snout appeared, quivering as it tested the air, then followed by the rest of the fox, sleek and tawny, as she took several slow steps forward. Her amber eyes were alight with mistrust, but also with wild curiosity. The stranger sat unfazed, their offering still outstretched. They dared to meet the fox's eyes, and in that glance felt something kindred. As the fox closed her jaws around the gift, a bond was made. Maybe we aren't so different, you and I. The traveler returned the next day, and the day after that. Each day they brought some treat for their new friend. Each day, the fox's steps grew a little more trusting. One day, when the traveler arrived, the fox was sitting in the clearing, waiting patiently.
Hello, my friend. Have you been waiting long?
The fox peered up at the traveler. Her amber eyes were warm and trusting. She accepted her gift of meat, gnawing it at the traveler's feet then and there. The traveler sat, imprinting into their mind the feeling of the wood beneath them, clean air around them, and the tender bond of companionship.
Where is your home, little fox? Is it here in this grove? Or do you come to see me too? This will be the last time, I'm afraid. Because I'll be going home tomorrow. Home is such a small place compared to the rest of the world. Yet, it's some place I can't wait to return to. I wish I could bring you with me, little friend. I wish that you could see the world too. Your home is all around me though, isn't it? It's wherever the trees are, wherever the leaves fall.
This is already giving me vibes of a very sad story I read as a kid about bunnies.
Little fox, perhaps it's you who's the more fortunate of the two of us.
All too soon, it was time for the traveler to go. As they bade goodbye to the forest and to the fox, they knew that they would not return, but that they would carry the memories of them with them, always. The next day, Fox was sitting in the clearing, waiting patiently. Chapter 1 of Foxes and Fables. Fable. I found the Fable remake, Lana.
We've now docked at Wellington Skyport. Thank you for flying with Kiwi Airlines, and we hope to see you again.
Kiwi? Is it actually Kiwi Airlines? The intercom's announcement is muffled in the closet where I'm hiding, just like the clatter of the seatbelts and the chattering of passengers getting ready to disembark. I wiggle around impatiently, sore from the crouching in here for I don't even know how long it's been. Hours for sure. The last few minutes always feel like they take the longest. A parade of footsteps begins to pass by outside my door. It's time. I listen carefully, waiting for a gap in the crowd. When it comes, I stand up and push the door open in a single movement. So I'm rocking to the music now. Oh, this is nice. I give a wink to the shocked-looking lady that I stepped out in front of. She doesn't even have time to gasp before I'm out of her sight. Humans, they're always kind of slow. I nod at the smiling flight attendant as I pass her by and then throw up my hood to cover my face. It's been a while since last I flew, but it doesn't seem like things much changed much. It's always been harder to sneak on than it is to sneak off. I follow the crowd to the end of the walkway and step out onto the ground. After a long stretch, let me stretch real quick. I take a deep breath and savor the fresh air after being stowed away for so long. Wellington Skyport, New Zealand.
I made it!
My breathless voice joins the pleasant hum of the skyport. A few clouds drift lazily overhead, almost within arm's reach. The sound of the waves rolling onto the shore is like a lullaby. It makes me want to burrow into the sand and take a nap. But I can't. First, I need to get out of here, and there's one more challenge ahead. Up ahead, the snaking line of passengers splits as people are funneled into a few security stations. While I'm too far back to hear what the guards are saying, it sounds like they're examining a little booklet from each traveler before letting them pass. Humans sure like processes and procedures. I definitely don't have a booklet like that. Glancing around, I hope to find another way out. An open window would work, or even an unguarded exit. I'm pretty sneaky when I need to be. Unfortunately, It looks like the only way to leave is to go through security. Without any other option, I join one of the lines and prepare myself. I'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. The line moves briskly as passengers are cleared one after the other. And I am almost at the front of the queue before I know it. As the passenger in front of me approaches the booth, I listen closely.
Good afternoon. Passport, please.
Right here. It's good to be home.
Well, they have good New Zealand accents.
I'm sure. Welcome back.
He stamps something in the man's booklet and then hands it back to him, and he continues on out of Skyport.
Next.
Next. That's me. I don't know what they do to people without any papers, but I don't want to find out. I'm sure it involves lots of questions, being escorted around, and other unpleasant stuff. Casually approaching the gate, I put on my brightest, friendliest smile, while keeping a slight distance. With my breathing steady and tail calm, I'm sure I put on a convincing act.
Passport, please.
Of course.
I fumble around in my pockets, pretending to look for my passport. Instead, I grab the useless clunky phone that I've been carrying around and let it clutter to the ground at the guard's feet. As expected, he bends down to retrieve it for me,
Oh, let me get that for you.
and I make a run for it, bolting ahead and rushing past the security booths as quickly as I can.
Hey, you wait!
Stop!
By the time they realize what's happened, I already have a few seconds head start. My inhuman speed, combined with the natural chaos of the skyport, should also buy me a bit of time. I'm like sitting up for this, getting close to the microphone because it's gonna be like a fucking podcast today. Alright. Still, I've got to get them off my tail. It's not going to be ASMR, but I'll try to be nice and quiet for you. Okay. It looks like the only thing to click on is here. Let me quick save. A nice audiobook for you, yeah. Dashing through the skyport doors and out into the road outside, I don't even have time to take in the city. Without stopping for breath, I run into the narrow streets while weaving between cars and shocked bystanders. Being seen by so many people like this is annoying, but it won't matter by tomorrow. Putting the thought out of my mind, I vault over a low wall into a nearby alley and land in a crouch. Out of sight, but only for a moment. I close my eyes and relax my muscles. All feeling disappears except a slight warmth against my neck. My secret weapon. But the unremarkable looking necklace is one of my only possessions, and by far the most important. A certain one of my beads strung around my neck begins to heat up in response to my will, a soothing warmth flowing through my body. My hands and feet begin to morph first, the fur chasing up my arms and legs as they distort and shorten. The sensation was so bizarre the first few times I tried. It's amazing how it's become second nature by now. Closing my eyes, I let my body and head shift and turn. The face is always a little uncomfortable, when my once human face changing and lengthening into a snout with some difficulty. The process complete after only a few seconds. I open my eyes not as a human, but as a fox. I dart away without waiting, far quicker on 4 legs than I ever could be on 2. Obstacles like the stack of garbage cans ahead would be a pain to get past as a human, but instead, I'm able to flip between the gaps without slowing down.
That's her! I know it!
Sounds like the security guard hasn't given up on me yet. I pick up the pace, running fast as my paws will take me. like how she has eyeliner, even in fox form. His heavy breathing gets farther and farther away, and in a minute or two I know I'm safe. I don't know where I am, but it's not like I knew where I was when I started running. I almost feel bad for the guy who's chasing me. He never stood a chance. Even in the crowded city streets, there's no way anyone or anything that can outrun me. The wind just wishes it could keep up with me. Comfortable that the danger is past, I slip into another alley. Once I'm sure that I'm alone, I close my eyes and concentrate on the form I want to take once more. That familiar flowing warmth runs through me again, my body stretching and deforming at my command. A few seconds later, and I open my eyes to glance at my hands.
Better luck next time.
Better luck next time. Brushing the dust off myself, I nonchalantly stroll out of the alleyway and back into the street. The odd person walks by on this errand or another, not paying attention to me. Just the way I like it. Yeah, same here.
Left, right, past turn, left.
Mapping out my path in my head, I look for a way to the main roads. It'll be easier to get my bearings there. I pick turns at random, without any real destination in mind. When I decided to make the journey to Wellington, it was pretty impulsive. I had overheard another pair of travelers talking about it and how beautiful a city it is. With a moment now to take in the scenery, I can see they weren't wrong. The streets around here seem like a mix of homes and businesses. Everything is very colorful. Even the brick walls are covered in pictures and paint. In the distance, I can see green hills that are lined with houses, as well as green hills that are completely empty. There are a lot of hills, now that I look around some. From just a few streets away, the sound of pedestrians and busy intersections floats my way. I head in its direction, taking shortcuts through yards and driveways when it's convenient. In one lawn, a big dog growls at me as I walk past. But when I transform and growl right back, he tucks his tail and runs away. Dogs and I have always had an understanding. After squeezing through one last narrow side street, I finally emerge onto what looks like a main road. There's no cars here, but tons of people on foot. Hold on, let me adjust a second here. Alright, there we go. There are brightly colored signs and decorations on most of the buildings. In the middle of the street, there are fountains and benches and trees and all kinds of stuff. The best part is the variety of stores. When I stroll past a few of the windows and peek in, I can already tell that I'll be able to do most of my shopping around here. This little rainbow flag. And you're right, Ralph. It's very calming. There are stores with food, with clothes, and with just about everything else. I don't have any money on me, but that isn't exactly a problem. Whoops. Dot dot dot. What is a problem is that it's too crowded. Dodging a couple of security guards is one thing, but trying to escape down a busy street with lots of people could be too much for even me. I'll just have to remember where this place is and make another visit later, after all the shops are closed. Then, a man in a bright coat hurries past me, talking loudly on his phone in a language I do not recognize. He's so distracted that he doesn't even notice when his wallet falls out of his pocket and onto the sidewalk. I notice, of course. Seeing an opportunity, I zip over and snatch it up. Prying open the black leather pockets, I find
Score.
a couple of bills and what I figure is the local currency. I slide the money out and into a pocket of my jacket. By now the man is so far ahead that he's almost out of sight. I have to hurry to catch up with him to give him back his wallet, and he barely even says thank you.
I should have just kept the whole thing.
It's only fair that I should get a little something for myself, since it's not like he would have ever gotten it back without me. Oh, I got 15 bucks. I head back to my bench and inspect my prize. A blue bill and a brown one. These feel sturdy, nothing like the paper I expected.
1, 0, 10. And 5. So 15.
Well done. 15 isn't much. I definitely should have kept the whole wallet. Oh well, at least this should be enough to buy myself something to drink. My thirst is starting to get the better of me. Just like you in real life right now. As I haven't had anything since I snuck onto the airship. That made it sound like the thirst is getting the better of you IRL, and I think that's just kind of a normal state for you to be in there, Austin By. Following my nose, I walk down the busy street until I find one of the many cafes lining the path. The sign hanging above its front door has a picture of a bell on it. Going to Taco Bell! A charming bell rings out from above the door as I enter. I can't help but savor the wave of refreshing, cool air washing over me, which feels even better after so much running. You tend to get some Baja Blast. I almost accidentally timed out you real quick. Where'd I put my, my stylus? Here it is. I want to make sure I don't do that. That is yen, though. Oh, okay. I didn't know that was yen.
Hiya! Welcome to the Bell House.
Look at her. I love these. The barista behind the counter is the only other person in the store right now. As I nod in greeting, as she leans forward with a cup in one hand. Oh, as I nod in greeting, as she leans forward with a cup in one hand, a pen in her other.
What can I get you? We're having a special on affogatos if you want to try one. Usually, they're like $7, but today, they're only 5.
I guess they are bucks.
I'd like a...
I'm not sure what an affogato is. Isn't that a vegetable? Not wanting to commit to the strange sounding drink, I look at the menu instead. Unfortunately, it's full of handwritten, spindly letters. I can't read a single word, but there are no helpful pictures. Safe option it is.
I'll just have a vanilla latte. Ugh, boring. But okay. Name?
Boring? Don't tell your client that it's boring.
Mio.
Mio. It's my first time testing out how that name sounds, and I decide I like it. What was the meme I sent out to Miri earlier, the accidental trans allegory? I decided on the airship that was the name I would use here in Wellington. I've used so many names throughout my life that I can't remember most of them. For each new city that I visit, I come up with something new. I think more boring would be a PSI. PSL? It's like PSI, what are you... Foxes don't have any usernames, so nobody ever gave me one. She scribbles something on the cup with black marker. If that's how the name looks, then I'm even more pleased with it.
$4.50, please.
$4.50. Oops. If I accidentally tap the mouse wheel like this, it goes to the menu. I hand her the brown bill and she gives me back a big coin with a picture of a boat on it.
Alright. I'll have this ready for you in no time.
She sure seems enthusiastic. I nod as she spins around and starts working. Looking about somewhere to sit, I decide on a seat by the window with the sun pouring in. Near the entrance of the cafe, there's a wire rack with a stack of maps and tourist pamphlets, so I grab one of the maps before taking my seat. This cafe is big and bright, with plants everywhere. They're on the walls, on the floor, and on the ceiling. Most of them are real and vibrant, obviously being well cared for. Even the lights that hang down from the ceiling have glass ornaments, with little shrubs on them. I just noticed that, yeah. Got like little domes with plants in them. Seems like I made a good choice coming here. Any place with a bit of nature in it is more comfortable to me than places without.
I guess I should find a place to stay.
Looking down to the map I took, I trace the path I made from the port to the cafe. It's useful, but it doesn't really tell me anything helpful about the house in particular. I'll need to find a higher vantage point. I move my finger along the hills I noticed from the outside, following the little brown path to a patch of green with a little mountain icon. That should work for now.
Miho!
My ears perk up, right as the barista arrives and places my drink in front of me.
Thanks!
I reach over and take the warm cup in my hand, but the barista doesn't let go.
You ready for the rain tomorrow? Huh?
Huh?
It's gonna rain tomorrow.
I glance behind me out the window. It's as sunny and blue a day as I've ever seen.
How do you know that? There aren't any clouds out there. I'm just good with the weather. Anyway, if you forget, then you'll be sorry.
You know what I kind of want actually is like a praline mocha or something. She finally lets go of my drink and heads back behind the counter. People are weird. Does the barista pull that on everyone? Standing on the doorstep, I have my first sip.
Oh, this is really good.
It's pretty plain, but well made. The coffee isn't too bitter, which is perfect for me. With a moment to myself, my thoughts turn inwards as I sip the warm drink. My first travels were in search of someone, but despite my whole life been spent trying, I haven't made any progress in finding them. So, I've taken to simply wandering, going wherever I wish at the time. Yeah, if only you could have an espresso at home. Crush some pralines in there. You're making Korean barbecue cup noodle. Oh. At first I thought you were talking about a coffee, and I was like, Korean barbecue? What the fuck? I've been itching for a change of scenery anyway, so I boarded, well, snuck onto, the first airship that I could find. The best part about owning nothing but the clothes in my back is that I can pick up and leave whenever I feel like it. I take a moment to get my bearings and look around. I see a tired-looking person shuffling along the far footpath. I just got distracted by the barbecue coffee with the briefcase in their hand. There's a lot of pride flags, actually. They stop outside one of the buildings, take a deep breath, and pat their face a couple times, then go inside. They must not be looking forward to whatever's going to happen in there. Maybe they have to fight someone. Through the large glass windows of another store, a fawn is trying on a pair of shoes, but they don't seem to fit her hooves. The people waiting with her look annoyed. I wonder if she fusses around with her footwear a lot. For a while, I simply let the day roll by and watch the various figures who stroll by. People watching is fun, especially in such a busy city. Eventually, I go and sip my coffee, only to find nothing coming out. With no more reason to stick around, it's time to go. On the sunlit street, I look about to match what I can see with the map's directions. There's a small green mountain in the distance ahead of me, which must be the one on the map. It'll be a perfect vantage point for the city. Ideally, I'll find an empty building I can crash in, but it's not necessary. A roof over my head would be nice. but I'm plenty used to sleeping inside and outside under the stars. Sometimes it's better than sleeping in a bed. Encouraged by the plan forming in my head, I set off on a long walk to the summit. Quick save. I haven't made a choice yet, but I know that I can make choices in this game. Barbecute. Oh my god. I need to drink some water. 1 second. Hopefully my mic properly muted for that, and you didn't actually hear me drink any water. The path to the mountain turns out to be less simple than the map made it look. First, a trail takes me along the waterfront, and then it turns upwards through a small forested area. Being among the trees and their tall shadows makes me feel at home. When the path leaves the woods again, I'm a little disappointed. It leads up to a paved road, so I stick to the edge to avoid passing cars. Sometimes I take shortcuts through yards or up unmarked paths. There are quite a few nice-looking homes right along the roadside. I make a mental note to go check them out when I'm low on money or food. Not much further along, a concrete lookout offers another glimpse of the city below. A couple airships are coming into dock at the skyport, probably from one of the other floating islands. There's still a ways to go to the top of the mountain, but luckily the walk has been easy so far. I wouldn't even consider it a hike. Eventually, I reach the final stretch of road. I can see where it curves around or head to the summit, and I hurry to the end. A metal railing spreads out like a crown on top of the mountain. As I go to toss my empty cup away, a pair of chatting tourists pass me by.
How far is it from here?
Oh, about an hour from the base of Mount Victoria, so a bit further from here.
Mount Victoria.
I'm not going to say anything about mounting a Victoria. I'm glad to know what this place is called. I say the name out loud to help commit it to memory. Standing at the edge, I'm treated to a wonderful view of Wellington. The city forms a crescent moon shape around the bay, which glitters like a sapphire from up here. The sun is starting to set, and that makes the water even more shimmery. Even the airships can be seen coming and going. I think that I can even see the edge of the floating island we're on, miles out in the open sky. I survey the city, using the skyport as a reference point. From up here, what felt like such a long chase really doesn't look far at all. If I strain my eyes, I think I can even see the coffee shop from earlier. What was it the barista said it was called? The Bell House? It's kind of tough to make out the details. My hearing and sense of smell may be great, but my eyes aren't that much better than a human's. Then I noticed something useful.
Look! Is that our house?
Probably. What can you see from here?
I see Dad's car!
Not too far away, there's a little kid who's using a pair of metal tubes attached to a post. His mom is helping him aim at the city. It must be something that improves your vision. The moment the kid and his mom leave, I hurry over before someone else can get to them first. When I press my eyes to the same spot the child did, though, all I can see is black. I try moving it around, but it doesn't change. Is this thing busted? Some text is printed on the side. I have no idea what it says. There's a small slot, though, with a picture of a coin next to it. Lucky for me, it's the coin that has a 50 on it. I put the coin that I received from the barista into the spot and spin a lever. The machine eats my coin, and then when I put my eyes to it again...
Yes!
Everything looks much closer now. Even the trees on the other side of the hill appear in crystal clear detail, like I'm standing right next to them. I aim the viewing glasses at the city and look around, trying to find a good place to rest for the night. Yeah, adjust a little bit there. If my eyes fluttering too much, I might have to like crank this up a little bit. If that makes it better. I think it makes it better. Houses are a no-go. Even if they look empty or abandoned, you can never let your guard down for a minute. Same with most shops. I don't have enough money for a hotel, and I won't risk sneaking into one of those either. As I'm studying the sights, trying to memorize as much as I can, there's a clicking sound once again, and the view goes black. Stupid machine. I smack it a couple times and check it again, but I can't see anything.
Well, whatever. Looks like I'm sleeping outside tonight. Guess this place is as good as any.
I head back down the trail a little bit and veer it off of it into the underbrush. It might also be the glare in my glasses. Yeah, like right now I can tell the glare is making it think that my eyes are closed.
Not perfect, but it'll do.
It's not exactly the wilderness, but just about everything around here seems cityfied to some extent. Usually when I make a den, I prefer to find a place far from other people. A place where nobody will find me. I doubt I'll find anything perfect, but this is good enough.
It's fine. Can't afford to be picky.
Once the trail I was on is out of sight, I transform again. My neck gets warm as my bead activates, and a few seconds later, I'm on all fours. I've had that experience before. As for Fox, the sensations of nature are much stronger. The earth beneath my paws is cool and refreshing, and the breeze whips through my tails like a massage. Peanut, please. I hurry down a hill covered in grass so tall that it reaches way over my head. I can smell fresh water and follow the scent to a small stream where I'm able to quench my thirst. If only my chat was able to quench their thirst. It's just as satisfying as the drink I got at that cafe, but in a different way. And being able to slurp up water is way more enjoyable than having to use a straw, or worse, one of those lids with tiny holes. For a little while, I follow my nose to some berries and some edible plants that will do for a snack. Unfortunately, unlike the water, foraging is never as satisfying as eating human food. If I want a real meal tonight, then I should pick up the pace before it gets too late. Still, I want to get this done now, while there's still daylight. I keep close to the stream and search for a place where the ground is soft. Before too long, I find a promising area, a small valley with hills on most sides and thick foliage on the others. I'm still close enough to civilization to hear cars and other city noise, but the area I'm in doesn't seem like it gets visited very often. At the very least, it doesn't really smell like people. The spot that I settle on is a nice mound of earth near the edge of the woods, partially hidden by a tall tree with low hanging leaves. Even if no one comes by, it makes me feel better knowing that I'll be out of sight. And so I start to dig. My claws rip away at the dirt as I burrow downwards, widening the tunnel just enough for my sleek frame to fit. First, I dig forward, and then downward, widening out an area that's big enough for my whole body to fit. This is something I've been doing my whole life, even back when I was just a regular fox. Damn it, I keep hitting the scroll wheel. I think that's why I don't mind it too much compared to sleeping inside somewhere. It just feels right to me. It takes a little while, and by the time I'm finally finished, the first few stars have started to peek out from the sky. I shake myself clean of the dirt that sticks to my coat, and then I transform back into my human form.
Spread this here, a couple of branches here, some leaves there.
I walk around the valley a bit, checking from different angles.
Not bad for just an afternoon's work.
If you weren't looking for it, I don't think you'd ever notice anything out of place. All that digging has made me work up an appetite, and not the kind I'll be satisfied with just a few berries.
Ugh, I'm so hungry. I haven't had a real meal since yesterday.
My stomach rumbles painfully. I've been so busy since arriving here in Wellington that I kind of forgot how hungry I was. I'll grab some human food back in town. Casting one last glance at my afternoon's work, I set off towards the city.
Work never ends. Time to get some food!
That's how I feel every day. Let's quick save. And keep going. I'm a bit disappointed when I finally get back to the busy street from before. I was hoping that it would be emptier now, and that all the stores would have closed. Turns out I was half right. A lot of shops have gone dark for the evening, but there are just as many people walking around now as there were earlier. In fact, there might even be more. The patio of a restaurant has a bunch of tables full. A mermaid is sitting in the fountain I sat by earlier, chatting with a cyclops. Even the cafe that I visited is crowded now, with a line almost out the door. After pacing up and down the road for a while, I sit down and try to figure out what to do next. I'm not too worried about what would happen if I got caught stealing. I'd just escape, obviously, and even if they somehow managed to catch me, it wouldn't be an issue for very long. See, there's something different about me that makes me extra good at being a thief. It's not just the skills I've practiced over the years, like picking locks and sneaking around. Yeah, she has a Sneak 100. No, it's a bit more special than that. Without fail, every single person I meet forgets about me the next day. Man, that's grim. But also feel, I don't know why, but I don't really care either. It's magic, that's all I know about it. Really useful magic. Everywhere I go, no matter how careless I am, all of my problems are solved by the next day. That doesn't mean there's no danger. I've been caught in the act before. And I've been beaten, oh, never mind. Beaten or harassed before I can manage to get away. I've even lost a few prizes that I stole fair and square because I had to get going in a hurry. Got dark. But if someone sees me, but isn't able to stop me, I know that I'll be home free. Sure, they might remember having something stolen, but they'll never know who did it. It almost makes things too easy. Right now, it would be smarter to just come back even later in the dead of night and hope that there are no people around. I'd be able to take my time browsing without having to worry about making a quick escape. Where's the fun in that, though? I walk casually up and down the street, glancing into windows without being too obvious about it. Some stores still have customers inside, and others have their doors lock their doors and shut off the lights. Most of the restaurants are still open and are only making me hungrier. Stealing from restaurants is a bit much even for me, though. I've tried it before, but the cluttered kitchens, as well as all the tables and chairs, make it hard to get around. Plus, I've learned the hard way that there are plenty of hot or sharp things. Oh my god, I can't talk. There are plenty of hot or sharp things for angry cooks to throw at you as you try to make your way out. Instead, packaged and pre-made foods are my best friends. Things that I can grab multiples of at once and stuff into my pockets. If I'm really lucky, I'll find a place with refrigerated sandwiches or salads. Or sometimes perfectly good hot food that gets thrown out. You wouldn't believe the kind of stuff that's available if you don't mind sifting through the trash a little bit. It's not ideal, of course, but a hot meal is a hot meal. I know plenty of foxes who've eaten much worse.
Target spotted.
It's perfect. A small convenience store, snacks lined up behind the front window. Even better, the shops on either side of it are closed too, so there's not many other people in the area.
Locked, huh? Not surprising.
I head down a nearby alley and find a back door, which is probably where they're bringing in new products. The alleyway is dark to begin with, and my dark clothes help me hide even better. I glance around the alley, glad like always for my excellent night vision. Nobody's watching. Nobody's even around. I pull up my hood over my ears and tuck my tail between my legs, leaning against the sturdy door. To anyone not looking closely, I'm sure I appear as nothing more than a shadow. I dig around my pocket until I find my trusty lockpick. See, I told you she's got fucking, like, Sneak 100. And then set to work on the door and complete the little Skyrim minigame. It isn't a complicated lock at all, just a regular keyhole. With a click, the latch springs open for just a few moments later.
Bingo. Huh?
Level 10 road, yeah. I tried to tuck the door towards me, but there's a chain on the inside that keeps it from opening very wide. There's no way a human could fit through the gap, but it would be easy for a fox. First, I slink away for a bit, idling on the nearby street like a regular pedestrian. I wait to see if anyone shows up, just in case I triggered a silent security system. After about 10 minutes, I decide it's safe. I transform under the cover of darkness in the alley and slip into the building before transforming back. The shop isn't very big, and the receiving area is just a small hallway with a few boxes of soda and candy bars on the floor. I grab a couple of my favorites and shove them into my pockets. When I creep to the main area, I make sure to stay low to the ground, trying to avoid being seen from the outside. I'm not exactly hidden, but as long as I don't stand up, I shouldn't attract anyone's attention. I move fast, cramming as much into my coat as I can. Cookies, protein bars, popcorn, I'm not very picky. My coat starts to feel pretty heavy. I grab a plastic bag from behind the counter and transfer some of my loot into there. I also take a few bottles of water and sports drinks from the coolers. Just as I'm about to leave, I spot a few of those coveted plastic wrap sandwiches that I was thinking about earlier.
Jackpot!
I fill my bag with sandwiches until it's almost overflowing, and then I head back out the way I came in. In total, I was in now under 5 minutes, and I've got enough supplies to last me several days. When I step into the alley, I glance around both directions, making sure no one saw me emerge from the store. I don't see anyone, but my neck prickles as if somebody is watching me. I sniff the air, but I don't notice anything out of the ordinary. Nothing that wasn't there before. Still. Suddenly, there's a flap of wings, and a bat flutters past me from out of the shadows. It goes right over my head and disappears from sight up to the street.
Oh, that's it?
It's a vampire. I let out a breath I'd been holding and start making my way back towards the mountain where I made my den. I let the bag swing from my arm as I walk, whistling a song I heard earlier. I'm not able to keep a smile off my face.
All in all, not a bad first day. I've got a nice nest, food to spare, and plenty of places to explore tomorrow.
There have been plenty of days in my life where I had none of those things. I unwrap one of the sandwiches that I grabbed and take a big bite.
Nothing beats the taste of hard work.
I hope Wellington continues to treat me well while I'm here. Well, it's in the name.
So
Don't we all like the taste of hard work in our mouths?
I'm gonna sleep so well tonight.
I unpack everything that I got from the store, as well as the treasures that I always carry with me. My lockpick, my wallet, a few pretty stones. You wish to take her home? The only thing that I leave in my jacket is a small scroll.
Can't get that damaged or dirty.
I change back into a fox and then dig another hole near the entrance to my den. This one is much simpler and shallower. I bury some of the snacks that I stole before covering them back up with dirt.
Not like anyone's gonna come by and swipe my things, but better safe than sorry.
Yeah, everything a girl needs, you know, lockpicks, wallet, scrolls, magical beads. Well, those magical beads aren't for me, but ask Lana about that later.
I stole this myself, after all. Don't want it being stolen from me.
Stuff like my pen and my favorite rock go into the burrow with me, since I like having them close by. Once I've got everything where it belongs, I climb into the hole myself, turning a few circles before settling down with my tail wrapped around me. From here, I have a perfect view of the stars. I look up at the clear night sky through the mouth of the tunnel. I feel bad for all the people that way down on the underworld.
Can they even see the stars from there?
I have never been to the underworld, so I have no idea. I can't imagine falling asleep without them. Comfortable and safe, I close my eyes and quickly slip off to dreamland. I wake up to trouble. Or at least, a threat. I'm sure it's only morning, and as I peer out my burrow's entrance, but the sky is already dark and foreboding. As my attention moves from the ominous rain clouds above to the trees outside my den, their branches shaking in the strong breeze.
I can't believe that girl from the cafe was right!
I climb up the tunnel and out into the open, sniffing the air. It just tells me what I already know. A storm is coming, and fast. But also, another scent plays on my nose, one so faint that I almost brush it off before taking in their smell. Surely I'm wrong. There's no way that... Lowering my snout to the ground, I investigate the area, and then decide I'm right. I change to my human form and look around.
Someone's been here.
Yes, someone's definitely been in here, but the scent isn't humans. It's vaguely familiar, but at the same time not like anything I recognize.
And it definitely wasn't here when I went to sleep.
They must have come here in the night and stopped right outside my den.
Were they watching me sleep? Oh crap!
As a fox, I dive back into my hole to make sure everything's still there. My heart pounds in my chest, but nothing appears to be missing. I also checked the spot where I buried my stash from the other night, but that hasn't been disturbed either. I breathe a sigh of relief. If any of my stuff had been stolen, I'd be so mad. But that still doesn't answer the question on what they did want. And that's even more concerning. I'm a pretty light sleeper. And usually the slightest sound or emotion will wake me up. So if someone was able to sneak up on me, even I have to be impressed. Impressed and a little bit worried. I've got a more pressing issue right now, though, and I stare up to the sky in disappointment.
Ugh, I hate the rain.
I would have found a different place to make my nest and hide my supplies if I'd known this would happen. Instead, both burrows will probably just be piles of mud by the end of today.
I should have found a place with a roof after all.
Maybe. I filled my pockets with my most important possessions and some of the food I grabbed last night. Everything else I wrapped tightly in the plastic bags I can and bury them in my den. Hopefully I can find somewhere fast, and then move everything else over before it gets ruined. An abandoned house would be perfect, or some other place where I'd be able to hide. I'm just about to get going when I heard a loud flapping sound overhead. Well, when a loud flapping sound overhead catches my attention. I expect it to be a bird, but instead it's yet another bat. This one is even bigger than the one I saw last night. Its wings are way longer and noisier. I can even hear it squeaking something as it flies past. Some people say bats and foxes are similar. I don't see it. I watch it fly around a little while before it takes off towards the city.
Maybe it knows somewhere to stay. Guess I'll follow it for now.
A couple times it disappears between the trees or just too far ahead, but I always manage to catch up. I feel like this bat is going to be one of the other characters that was in like the intro bit. Eventually we're out of the woods and back into civilization, where a car whizzes right past me. There's a sidewalk here, and other people walking around. Most of them look up to the sky nervously though, and everyone seems to be in a hurry.
Guess I'm not the only one looking to get away from the rain.
I'm just about to get going when a loud flapping sound I heard overhead my head catches attention. I expect to be a bird, and says it's just yet another bat. More people seem to be going in the direction I was headed than anywhere else, so I stick to that. By now, my winged guide is almost out of sight again, just a little black speck in the sky floating into the distance. Farther up this road, there's a slope that leads to a big, fancy-looking building. It doesn't look like a shop or a restaurant, at least not one that I've ever seen. But there are so many people going in and out that it has to be open to the public. That's good enough for me. It'll give me somewhere to dry to spend some time, and maybe I can learn something useful. Plus, places like this usually have plenty of valuables inside. If I'm lucky, I might just be able to find something to fund my next few days. Does she know how to use a pawn shop? After all, the bigger the target, the less likely they are to notice something's missing. The sturdy oak door isn't as heavy as it looks, a firm push being enough to heave it open. Oh shit. Now I need this. Gingerly stepping inside and out of the rain, I'm greeted by books. Lots of books. Books on shelves, books on tables, books on the floor, books everywhere. This place even smells of musty old paper, and a dozen or so people inside are mostly leafing through pages in the aisles. The odd silence about the building is striking, given how many are around. It doesn't look like a shop, so I assume it must be a library. I've heard of them, but I've never been in one. No point, since I can't read it all. But it's warm and cozy and very dry, so it'll do just fine. There's a desk near the entrance with a computer on it that I assume would be where I check in. It's unattended, which is good for me. I like this music. I take a seat in an empty chair nearby and sit back just to observe a bit. There are plenty of people, but it's not too busy. Lots of empty, unwatched spaces. Most folks seem to be here alone or in small groups that keep to themselves. There's not that much conversation going on, and what there is all whispered. Nobody gives me a second glance, which is a good sign. It means I'm probably not breaking any rules just by being here. Behind the desk, there's a hallway leading deeper into the building, and I peek around the corner to see what's back there. All I can see are some shut doors, and at the very back, a staircase. After glancing around to make sure nobody's watching, I sneak down to the hall and try a couple of doors. Dot dot dot. All of them are locked. I could probably pick them if I wanted to. No sense trying to do that now, though. Is there anything more valuable around? An antique clock or vase would be perfect. Dot dot dot. Sadly, it's almost all books. Books and small trinkets that look pretty worthless. Not even worth the trouble of stealing. Had to refresh chat for a second. You think it's someone with the glasses? Yeah, we'll see. At least it's got a roof. I do spot a couple of promising items, like a set of old coins, and memorize their locations. I wander back to the main area where I came in. Outside, it hasn't started raining yet, but it's only a matter of time. The wind is loud and gusty, and even opening the door is enough to make me shiver. If nothing else, I could probably wait out the rain here, but ugh. My poor abandoned snacks back at the den. What a waste. Can't do anything about it now, though. I should keep looking around. I move slowly through the area, never going beyond what seems to be the public area. I pretend to inspect a few books, taking them off the shelves and flipping through the pages, but I'm actually mapping out the place in my head. Doors, windows, and potential place to hide, things like that. Most of the time, this kind of info is unnecessary. It's been at least a few decades since I've had to make a dramatic escape from anywhere. At this point, plotting an escape route is just a habit. Overall, I like what I'm seeing. Even with the locked doors and off-limits hallways, there are a lot of nooks and crannies that would make a good hiding spots, especially as a fox. From the thick dust that coats a lot of these areas, I can tell they don't get a whole lot of visitors. If I'm careful, I might be able to go a whole week or more without being noticed. As long as I can get in and out of the building easily, that is. And with the huge windows that line the back of the wall, that seems easy enough too. I weave around a couple shelves that are taller than I am, heading for the far back corner. I peer around the corner of the last aisle just to make sure I'm alone. But I'm not. At a small table by the window sits a woman with a small book in her hand, resting against her fingers. She's perfectly still, but mouths the words on the page as she reads, like she's tasting them instead of just seeing them. Her expression has the distant look of someone way off in their own world, far away from this one. She looks so at peace that I think she must belong to that other world. She's beautiful and elegant in the same way as the painting, with the light from the window shining on her like a display. I tuck back behind the bookshelf, pressing one hand to my racing heart. The other bumps against one of the books on the shelf and it falls with a dusty thump. Oh, I thought the music cut out entirely. It just lowered really significantly. Cursing my clumsiness, I silently back away, in case she decides to investigate, but she doesn't leave her chair. First time, love interest.
I suppose it's nothing.
Oh, that accent too. She turns and gazes out at the open window, at what? I don't know. Nerdy Violet. A moment later, she returns to her book and leaves this world again. I stay hidden. My face is still burning a little bit. Yes, I think this will be a perfect place to spend some time. Suddenly, there's a much louder boom than the one I caused as thunder rumbles outside. A few people at the library startle at the sound and look around. Sighing, the girl in the chair pulls the window beside her closed, and the first drops of rain falling not a minute later. I'll investigate the windows later. Right now, I don't want to bother her, so I head back to one of the plush chairs on the other side of the library and take a seat. I could be here a while, depending on how long the rain lasts, so I may as well get comfy. I find a few books that have more pictures than words and curl up in one of the soft chairs to flip through them. There aren't as many of those ones, and I go through the stack pretty fast. It takes long enough for the rain to start, though. The longer I read, the louder the pounding of the rain and howling of the wind become. Guess it's not letting up anytime soon. I can't complain, though. This library is pretty cozy by my usual standards. Oh, I love this. Hold on, I have to pause for the music a second here and take a drink. This library is pretty cozy by my usual standards. It's warm and safe, and nobody tells me to go away. I even have snacks. More than once, I get up and walk around the library again, even though I've got most of it memorized by now. I take note of things like a child's stuffed toy that's lying on the floor in one section, or the thin blanket that's stuffed between a bookshelf and the wall. On my third or fourth trip around, I finally find something I've been looking for. In one of the far corners, totally opposite from where I saw the reading girl earlier, there's a single chair and a small table. On the wall nearby is a portrait. The painting itself is of a girl with light brown hair, but I barely pay any attention to that. What I'm interested in is the frame. It's lovely. It looks like it might be made out of gold. It certainly shines like it. It's carved intricately into the shape of waves, flowing up and down. It's gotta be worth something. I pretend to not pay much attention to it as I make my way back to my table. There are too many other people around for me to be able to sneak it out. Try to sneak it out. It's too big to fit under my jacket without being obvious. That just means I'll have to come back some other time. Maybe once the place is closed. The hours pass by and the storm continues. I'm kind of disappointed about losing the whole day, especially so soon after arriving, but it's not like I'm in any sort of hurry. I pat one of my pockets, feeling a familiar and reassuring weight of the paper scroll that's tucked away there. That scroll is the only thing close to a purpose that I have, and it's not particularly urgent, or at least I don't have any way to deal with it faster. I spend a long time reading. It's almost afternoon when I go and check the windows again, but the rough weather outside continues. At this rate, I'll be sleeping in a pile of mud tonight. Unless... A quick check shows that a lot of the other library patients have left. It's not empty, but it's not nearly as full as earlier, as some of them decided it was worth braving the rain. Looking as nonchalant as I can, I get up from my seat and pretend to browse again, slowly moving through the shelves. The reading girl is gone now, although she's not what I was looking for. Instead, I pick up the dropped toy and blanket that I spotted earlier, and then head to one of the out-of-the-way hiding spots I picked out before. It's on the floor between a shelf and the wall, but has a bit of carpet to make it softer. Even better, it's between two corner shelves, meaning that's practically out of sight if you're not looking for it. I wriggle my way between the furniture and lie down, using the toy as a pillow and draping the blanket over me. I toss and turn a few times before finally sitting down.
Yep, not bad at all.
Even though I haven't done much today, I'm always down to take a nap. Yeah, what a fucking mood there, Leo. Although I don't nap very much. I can pass a few hours by sleeping, wake up once it's dark, and then grab that picture frame and be on my way. Once again, I have to ask if she actually knows how to pawn things off. I'll have to rebuild my den once I get back, but that's a problem for future me. I yawn, staring up at the ceiling until my eyes get heavy.
Maybe today won't be a total waste after all.
You're liking this girl failure so far? She's so funny. I know, right? Transmute it into gold. That could be cool too. I can relate to being a girl failure. Alright. Maybe today wasn't a total waste after all, is what she said. The soft sound of cloth rustling wakes me up from a dreamless sleep. How did somebody sneak up on me twice now? I don't know how long it's been. The sky outside has darkened significantly, and now stars twinkle outside the window. There's no time to react as the sound comes closer. I hear no footsteps, but suddenly a woman steps into view. Her clothes are pure white, making her stand out like a ghost in the dark library. Her cape rustles again as she reaches towards one of the shelves. One of the shelves I'm hiding behind, to be precise. Gingerly, she moves 2 books to the side and then slides another book into place, the space that she created. She handles them like precious treasures that might break if she's too rough. Man, I wish someone would handle me like that. I stay perfectly still, afraid to even breathe in case she notices me. My heart beats wildly as she slowly and deliberately looks over the shelf, examining their titles and taking a book from their second lowest row. Through the gap she creates in the shelves, our eyes meet in the darkness. Oh no. I tense up as she steps around the shelving between us to get a better look at me, preparing myself to leap away if the need arises. The carefully memorized layout of the library flashes through my mind as I frantically plot the best way to flee. Even as I prepare my escape, I can see her taking in everything about me. The stolen blanket, the makeshift pillow, my generally disheveled appearance. She opens her mouth, and I brace myself for the verbal attack that's sure to come.
Hello there.
Oh, that accent.
May I ask why you're sleeping on the floor?
It doesn't matter what I say. Just distract her enough to get away.
I don't have anywhere else to sleep.
Well, y'all in chat loving that accent.
I thought so.
She leans down and offers me a hand. I look at it warily. I don't take it, but I slowly stand, letting the blanket fall to my feet and trying to subtly get into a position to run.
Well, I have an extra room on the second floor that you're welcome to borrow, if you'd prefer that. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to remain here, on the ground. I apologize for waking you.
I love the little thingy here. With a smile, the oddly calm woman steps away and busies herself organizing another row of books. She probably expects me to let my guard down and take her off her. I'm just a stranger, someone who broke into her library. There's no reason for her to treat me kindly. My years of experience— oh, hi, Holden. My years of experience, and there are plenty of those, tell me it's a trap.
Thanks, but no thanks. I'll just be going, actually. Sorry to bother you like this.
I hurry past her, shoulders tense as I expect her to grab me or try to stop me. She doesn't, though. One time I glance back, she's watching me with a strange expression I don't recognize. It's wistfulness. When I get outside and away from the library, I breathe a sigh of relief.
Whew, that was close.
Just like a member of the
I'm not
forum.
falling for that one again.
She's definitely a Charlene. The last time I let someone feel sorry for me and accepted a place to stay, I woke up to them trying to empty my wallet. I may be a thief, but at least I do it honestly. I wouldn't try to trick someone like that. You kinda did earlier, though. That wasn't the first time someone tried to fool me and take advantage of me either.
Still, it's a shame to lose such a nice hiding place. Maybe I'll give it a couple days for that woman to forget about me, and then try again.
Big Sag.
If she wasn't lying about there being an empty room on the second floor, then maybe I could sneak into there.
Tonight, though, I'm on my own. Shivering, I wrap my coat and tail tightly around myself as I think about what to do next. The rain has stopped, although it's still cold and cloudy. My stomach grumbles, since I haven't eaten anything other than snacks all day.
Blech.
Bleh. I may as well get it over with and go check on the status of my den.
Well, it could be worse.
It's not as bad as I expected, which is a pleasant surprise.
What's a little mine? It'll be just fine.
I swap to my fox form to prod around. The entrance has caved in a little, but after I scoop that out, I find that the rest of the tunnels and main room are relatively intact. Cold as hell, but intact. Seems the trees protected the den from a lot of rain. It takes me a while to find the spot where I buried my stash, since the stick I used to mark the spot got washed away. ... Eventually, I locate it, though, and start digging. The cold mud makes my paws dirty and sore, and a few flecks cover my fur. After I finally reach the soggy plastic bags, I shake myself clean before opening them as a human. Some water has seeped through, and I opened the spoiled items before tossing them away. I'm not too picky, but I have plenty of other snacks to choose from.
Eat up, birdies.
A few of them sweep down to inspect the offering. I scarf down a quick meal of cookies and unwarmed soup, along with some cold water from the stream. At least the water is satisfying. Okay. Actually, I have something to say about this. I was in somebody's stream the other day, and someone was drinking chicken noodle soup straight from the tin, and they didn't even warm it up. And I'm like, what is wrong with this person? Drinking it like a fucking coffee. Then, even though I just woke up from a nap not too long ago, I shift back into my fox form and crawl into my den to curl up. I'm sure it'll be a while before I fall asleep, but I don't feel like going back into town. I've had enough excitement for one day. This isn't all that bad. Regular foxes without magic powers have it way worse than I do. Although back when a fox was all I was, I wouldn't have really cared. To this day, I'm not sure what it is that makes me different. I used to be just like them. No desire to go beyond the forest or anything, and then one day, I became whatever I am now. All I had was my necklace, a small scroll that I can't read, and the memory of the person who had given it to me. They were so kind to me, that stranger in the forest. They wished me well, even though I was just an ordinary fox. Somehow that didn't seem to matter to them. I never even knew their name, just their face and their voice. But I know that I'll recognize them when I see them again. It's just a matter of finding them. So since then, I've been looking, and surviving. Looking for them is what keeps me going. It's enough to live for. If I wasn't, I don't know what else I'd be doing. I guess I'd just be surviving. But if that was the only thing, I think I'd rather have just stayed a fox. More Big Sag. Standing outside my den in my human form, I take stock of how things stand. The sun's thankfully out this morning, but everything remains damp, from the ground to the muggy air itself. The chill on the breeze is the worst, making me shiver every time it hits me. The Bell House was pleasant when I visited a couple days ago, so I decide to head down towards the main street and get a coffee there while working out my next moves. Coming to the door of the cafe, I pause and wipe my feet on the mat outside. The human fascination with surrounding themselves in concrete makes a little more sense as I work the mud off my feet. With that, I finally head inside, only to stop in my tracks as the door shuts behind me. Standing behind the counter is the same girl who I saw reading in the library yesterday, talking with a customer as she takes her order. That gentle aura about her is unmistakable. The person in front of me finishes their order and I step up to the counter.
Good morning. Welcome to the Bell House. What can I make for you today?
Oh, that New Zealander accent though.
Oh, hi. I'll have...
A vanilla latte? No, that's boring.
What do you recommend? I want to try something new.
I'm glad you asked.
Yeah, they're all in New Zealand. This is in Wellington, New Zealand.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our Fairy Kiss chillers.
Fairy Kiss chillers.
It's one of our signature drinks, with a vanilla gelato base and a mint chocolate chip swirl.
Oh, fuck my ass. This is good. I was planning to get something warm, but that does sound pretty good.
Okay. Give me one of those then.
Perfect. And could I get your name, please?
It's Miho.
She scribbles something onto a cup and finishes it with a big flourish.
I'll have that right out for you.
I think my model is like the glare in my glasses from this bright screen is killing it.
Thanks.
I pay and then go take the same seat as before. One next to one of the windows. It's pretty empty in here again, so I can sit wherever I want. Before the barista starts making my drink, I spot her writing something else in a little notebook. She glances my way once or twice while she does, but I pretend not to notice. Used to raid with someone who's from New Zealand. I used to be on a Minecraft server with someone from New Zealand. And I also raided with a New Zealander in WoW at one point. I wonder what it is. The barista yesterday didn't write anything down. Anyway, I've got more important things on my mind. I mull over the plan which formed as I walked here, becoming increasingly happy with it. Tonight, I've already decided I'm going to sneak back into the library. Between that picture frame and some of the other trinkets I saw, I should be able to pilfer enough to fund my next few days in Wellington. Finding somewhere to sell it should be the easy part. I've got a dozen excuses that I can recite about the items and where the items came from. Dead grandma, spring cleaning, new renovations. Sometimes I try extra hard to pretend that things I'm selling are really special to me, and earn a bit more cash that way. Sometimes I just take whatever they give me. After years of watching other humans do it and trying it myself, I've gotten good at pawning it. I was right. She knows how to use a pawn shop. I find myself idly watching the barista make my drink. While I do, I practice a disarming smile. I fucking love her glasses, man. There was a barista when I was at Cornell, and she had the exact same glasses. And like every time I wanted to work myself up to say like, hey, you wanna go and hang out sometime, go on a little date? But I couldn't get myself to ask her out on a date. But like, I did see her at a party once. But yeah, it turns out she was gonna graduate anyway, so I was like, ah, shit out of luck. But that's what she reminds me of here. Yeah, the art style is super cute. I agree. All of her movements are quick and practiced, but she has that same faraway look in her eyes that I noticed yesterday. She looks up and our eyes meet. I don't look away and she turns pink before ducking behind the machine, out of sight. Oh, that's Elena.
Huh. Weird girl.
I turn my head around to look around the cafe, and a butterfly outside catches my attention, so I watch that instead. It flutters back and forth, landing on a flower and resting its wings.
Miho!
Me have. So, before you ask, I picked this up because I knew this was a, like a Yuri visual novel. And it looked cute as, like, all fucking hells, you know? Also, where's Aki? Aki needs to get in here now. It's time for Aki. Oh, my coffee's ready. I quickly get up and skip over to the counter. Cup in hand, she starts to head over to give it to me. But then, several things happen at once. One of the little tassels on the pocket of her apron catches on one of the drawers behind the counter, and she jerks to a stop, eyes wide with surprise. As my drink tumbles out of her hand, landing on the counter with a wet gloop sound, as the ice cream splats against it, sending mint green rivers of coffee everywhere. A few seconds pass, we just look at each other, neither of us quite sure what to do. And then she takes a deep breath.
I am so sorry. I'll make you a replacement right away. Just give me 1 second and I'll have that ready for you.
The words spill out faster than the beverage, making it hard to even understand what she's saying. Her face is bright red as she spins back around and grabs another empty cup. Then she stops, hands hovering awkwardly.
Wait, I should clean this up before it dries and starts to go bad.
As she hurries back to the mess, wiping it up with some napkins. She mops up as much of it as she can with one hand and leaves the soggy paper on the counter as she starts to remake my drink.
I'm really sorry. This is such an embarrassment. I
don't even know if she's talking to me or herself. I freeze up for a second, looking for an appropriate response to an apology. I'm not used to people apologizing to me.
Oh, it's fine. I'm not in a hurry.
Instead, I just sit back down at one of the tables and watch. She makes the drink twice as fast and then carries it over very slowly to the counter, setting it down in a clean spot. This time, she takes a deep breath before speaking, like she's afraid she's going to mess that up too.
All right, here's your drink. Again, I'm very sorry. Oh, this is your first time here, isn't it? Oh, I hope it doesn't leave a bad impression.
I want to hug her.
Second, actually. Yesterday was the first time. How'd you know?
I make an effort to remember as many of our customers as I can, as well as their favorite orders. I believe you can learn a lot about a person from how they drink their coffee.
Sounds very Lana to me. I'm like backed away from the screen a little bit so that hopefully the glare isn't so bad on my glasses. That's too bad for her because she won't remember me at all next time. I take a big sip of the drink she made for me. It's creamy and rich and sweet all at the same time.
Whoa, this is really good. It's kind of like a milkshake, but not. But it's not like coffee either.
Oh, she's so dilated. She's had so much caffeine. This is like me every single day of my life, three cups of coffee in as I start the stream.
Yes, exactly. I'm very glad that you like it. It's one of my favorite beverages that we serve. In fact, the recipe was my idea.
Look at her little triangle earrings too.
Whoa! They should put you in charge of all the recipes.
She smiles again. Seems like she's gotten over the crisis of the spilled drink already.
Thank you. I'll make you another one of my favorites next time, if you'd like.
Totally!
At least I know what to order next time, even though I'll have been forgotten. I'm already thinking of this place as my go-to coffee shop, especially since it's in a convenient area. With tasty drinks and cute baristas, I don't have a reason to go anywhere else. A knocking sound from the employee area gets both our attention.
Hey, Aspen, can you set another batch of croissants?
Oh, sure. I'll be right there.
Aspen. She calls back over her shoulder and then looks back at me briefly.
Have a nice day, Miho.
You too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, she tries to make an effort to remember people. She might actually, like, put somebody's name and in their coffee in a book somewhere. So then tomorrow she'll see that and they'll be like, wait a second. With a wave, she gathers the trash from the cleanup and throws that away before disappearing into the back. So her name is Aspen. That's a pretty name. I'll have to try and remember that. Getting up from my seat, I decide to head back over for some fresh air. Sipping my fairy kiss chiller as I go, I head out the door and onto the increasingly busy main street. I already know my plans for tonight, but I've still got some time to kill before then. What should I do? Okay, now I can make a decision on where to go. So it looks like I can go back to the den, I can go to the bay, I can go to Mount Victoria again, I can go to the library, or I can go to Cuba Street. Let's see, what do you guys think I should go to? We're definitely not going back to the den. Oh wait, it says like, it has this thing here, right? So maybe these two talk points here mean that there's like story to be had here. I can't go to the library yet, it says. Yeah, I can't go to the library. The den and Cuba Street don't have talk points to them. You want to go to the bay? Either the bay or Mount Victoria. Yeah, it'll progress the novel. Well, does that mean that if the other ones won't progress the novel? We can try Cuba Street, and if it progresses I can quick load and go to the bay, but everybody's saying bay. Oh, I just hit my finger in my fucking thing. Well, let me quick save right here. And we can go to the bay. Again, I'm thinking that this means that these two things don't have points of interest for me right now. So let's go to the bay. It's not far from where I am to the beach, so I decide to head down there. Passing through the city streets, I recognize some of this area from my first day here, when I was running from the Skyport guard.
Whew. Glad that guard chased me in this direction, or I'd have never found the Bell House.
And really, that's been the highlight of Wellington so far. When I get down to the beach, I take a moment to enjoy the salty sea air. From this level, it's impossible to tell where the ocean ends and where the open sky begins. I can see the Skyport from where I am, with a few older ships anchored in the harbor close by. Wait a second. I think she thinks that the ocean is the sky. Right? Like, I think that she thinks that the ships that are on the ocean are also sky ships. While I'm admiring the view, a worried-looking lady comes up and waves for my attention.
Hi, I'm looking for my son. He's about this tall and wearing a red sweater. His name's Tommy. Have you seen him?
Nope. I haven't seen anyone like that. I just got here.
Also, earlier she was talking about a fawn, a cyclops, and I feel like the fawn is a child. The cyclops is probably a construction worker with a helmet on that gives them, like, the one the one opening, and the mermaid might be just somebody in swimwear.
Okay, thanks.
Poor woman. She walks away in a hurry, looking right and left as she goes to ask someone else.
Humans sure do have it rough.
Since they can't smell or even hear most things, it's a wonder they don't get lost more often. I amble along the waterfront, watching all the people as I go. Like Cuba Street, there's a lot going on. Under a nearby bridge, a group of 3 mermaids are racing each other. Close to the bridge are a bunch of people fishing, with a stressed-looking guy running back and forth between them. See, that's what the three mermaids racing each other. They're just swimming people. Next to a boarded-up market stall in some big crates, I noticed something weird. There's a fabled with a big flower on their head that spins like a propeller. They're using it to drift in a small circle above something near the crates. Alright, have a lovely rest of your evening there, Awesome Pie. I don't know what this is, but this is clearly a little bit more mythical. Oh, I have to check it out, of course. Nobody else pays any attention. I wander over and take a look. The fable stops spinning as I approach. It gives me a helpless look, but it doesn't say anything. On the other side of the crates, out of sight from the path, there's a little boy sitting on the ground, with his back to one of the wooden boxes.
Are you Tommy?
The kid jumps, totally surprised. Oops. He scrambles up and looks at me with wide eyes.
How'd you know? Your mom's looking for you. She seemed pretty worried.
His expression goes from surprise to sullen real quick.
I don't care. I don't want to go with her. Why not? Why are you over here instead? 'Cause I'm hiding. Oh. Okay.
It's a pretty crummy hiding spot. I mean, it's totally open on 3 sides. I don't say that, though. Instead, I looked up at the fabled floating overhead. It looks almost as glum as Tommy.
Who's that? That's Jerby! You mean you can see him?
Oh, so it is a mythical thing. But it seems like not everybody can see mythical things. Or the perception of such mythical things is like varied between people.
I can. Is that weird? Mom and Dad can't see him. They think I'm just making him up. He doesn't talk, but he's real.
Jerby waves from up high.
He kinda gave away your hiding spot. I saw him from the road. Mom can't see him, and that's all that matters. Why are you hiding from her? 'Cause
Tommy sits back down and scratches at the dirt with a rock. Guess he doesn't want to talk about it. I'm always glad to end a conversation.
Well, good luck.
I start to walk away. He doesn't seem like he's in any danger, and I don't want to get blamed for him hiding in the first place.
Hey, wait a minute.
I turn around. He's already standing up again.
Are you gonna go tell her where I am?
Before I can answer, his eyes get huge again.
Tommy, there you are.
I have to turn around again. This time, it's the woman from before. She's already flying past me over to Tommy.
Are you okay? What were you doing? Don't you ever run off like that again. Oh, I'm just glad you're safe, though.
Her voice goes up and down between relieved and angry. She has Tommy in a tight hug, but she's just staring forward grumpily. Jerby is flying in distress circles again. Finally, the lady turns to me.
You found him, right? Thank you so much. I was so worried.
No problem.
I think there's something wrong with the parents. I didn't really do anything. I did find him, but so did she. Guess she's not thinking about it much.
Come on, Tommy, let's go home. We'll talk about this there. No, I'm not going. That's not home.
My ears flinch as he yells. He stamps his foot on the ground to make his point.
Tommy, sweetie. Home is where it's you, me, and Dad! Not that apartment!
Oh, I see.
That's still your home, too. But this, it's like your second home now.
Yeah, I see. They're getting divorced.
No, it isn't! Not without you, it's not! Do you and Dad really have to get...
Tommy, who's already sniffling, can't keep from breaking down and crying as he throws his arms around his mom and hugs her back.
I don't want you to go!
I get the impression that I should probably leave. Normally I'm happy to be nosy and listen in on things, but right now seems kind of awkward. Neither of the humans notice me leave, but Jerby the Fabled sadly waves goodbye as I head off. I wonder what makes him stick around. I've never seen a Fabled like him before. Not being able to be seen by certain people sure sounds useful, though. I don't have to go far before the sounds of Tommy and his mom talking are drowned out by the noise of the waterfront. I easily fit into the crowd of people milling about. Being able to live a life that nobody notices is close enough to being invisible. I'm pretty lucky that I don't ever have to go to those kinds of tearful conversations. Or don't ever have to have those kinds of tearful conversations or panic about someone missing. No. Being part of the crowd is just perfect for me. I stand at the concrete and admire the ocean until I've had my fill, and then I start wandering again. Okay, so now it looks like I can go to Mount Victoria here. I have plenty of time to kill, and also plenty of restless energy. I decide to go up for a walk up Mount Victoria, just to give myself something to do. I take the long way up this time, instead of having a bunch of shortcuts like usual. It winds through neighborhoods and then back out again, with only the occasional car passing by on the street. Compared to some of the other cities I've been in lately, the air here is a lot cleaner, and the smell of nature shines through. It can't compare to being out in the wild for real, of course, but it's nice not to be choking on exhaust fumes everywhere I go. The houses are weird, though. Many of them sit up on tall legs, like giant bugs with windows for eyes. More people seem to be coming down the mountain than going up it. Lots of them zip past on bikes or skateboards, while others are jogging or just walking.
This path is longer than I thought.
About halfway up or so, there's a wooden bench just off the sidewalk. It's occupied by a man with dark hair and big sunglasses. As I'm about to pass by, he waves.
Well, hello, miss. Nice evening for
Oh, this guy's a
walk,
fucking
eh?
creep. Huh? Is he talking to me? He must be, because there's no one else nearby. Chatting's usually not my thing, but for the moment, I appreciate the distraction.
It sure is! I'm glad the rain's gone.
Oh, for now, yeah. It's never gone for long, though, is it?
We've got like a little tattoo thing down there, you see that?
That's so...
Oh wait, that's just the border.
I'm new here. I didn't even think it would rain since it was so sunny the day before.
Oh, you've got to watch out for that around here. Mother Nature's real fickle these days. One minute you're on the pier, enjoying the sunshine. Next minute...
He makes a whoosh sound with his breath, and a wavy motion with his hand, which I just did IRL, but you can't see it.
Storm clouds, as far as the eye can see. That's just welly for you, though. You live with the sunshine and the clouds. Where are you from, then? Guessing you're not a Kiwi?
Nah, I'm a fox, not a bird.
The man laughs, a deep belly laugh. Like usual. I'm not sure what I said that was funny.
Not like that. Although those little guys are cute.
She is so
Kiwi
clueless,
is a
I
word
love
for
it.
us New Zealanders in general.
So it's a bird, a fruit, and people.
It's quite a lot of things.
You've got it. All three are delightful.
I think my
Anyway,
model's still
welcome to Wellington.
got like
I hope
glare in
you're
my
enjoying your
eyes.
time here in our little city.
Or in my glasses.
So far I am. I made my den here on the mountain. I've gotten coffee a few times, and I went to the library.
I conveniently leave out my plans for the next time I'm in the library.
Well, I can't say that's the usual tourist experience, but I'm happy to hear that it's working out for you. Staying long?
Probably. I decided to come live here, but I'm still getting to know the place. So, maybe I'll change my mind.
Oh, she's so damn cute.
A true free spirit, eh? I felt the same way when I first got here, long time ago. Didn't think I'd settle down for life, but here I am now. Lived more years here than everywhere else in my life.
It can't be that long.
Don't
You
look
don't look
very
very
old
old
for
for a
you.
human.
No? Well, that's my ego boost for the day. You don't look very old for a fox either, but I imagine you've got a good head start on me.
That's true. I don't really keep track or think
How does
about
he
it,
know
though.
this? He laughs again.
Can't say I blame you there. I think 100 years, give or take a little on either side, is enough for me. And I'm only halfway there, so I've got plenty more to look forward to.
Unless he's just making jokes that are conveniently, like, really on point. He stands up, but has to do it slowly.
And sometimes I'm reminded of how many I've got under my belt already.
I feel you, man.
Thank you for the chat, miss. I better get back to the water now and make sure Young Min hasn't fallen into the ocean or anything. It's been a real pleasure talking with you, though. I hope you'll give our fair town a shot.
Thanks. It was nice talking to you, too.
Does usually apply to older men. And I mean that for once. He waves goodbye as he heads down some stone steps, and I keep heading upwards. I've never really thought about my age compared to a human's. Humans don't matter to my lifestyle. I wasn't lying when I said I don't know how old I am. It's never been important. Places, relationships, memories, they just tie people down. Especially my relationship. I want to be everywhere. When I reach the top of the mountain, I take a deep breath of the crisp air. Wind blows my hair in every direction, and I can't keep it out of my face. The wind is wild and goes where it wants. It doesn't answer to anyone. That's how I've lived my life too. Please. A free spirit, that's what the man called me. And I like the sound of it. I can see the smudges of a few people down by the beach and on the pier. Is one of them the man I just met? There's no way to know. From up here, they're just tiny little blips. Impossible to tell apart from each other. Once I've had my fill of the view, it's time to get on the way again. I turn my back on the people and start making my way down once more. Okay, I've got something over here. I'm gonna quick save and go to Cuba Street real quick. They say the perp always returns to the scene of the crime. So I heard back on the main street. So I head back to the main streets. And by the looks of it, the store I swiped from is the same as always. The person sweeping the front of the store doesn't even seem a little bit stressed. I never steal enough for it to be noticeable, but it's always a point of pride when the place looks the same as always the next day. A smug smile creeps on my face as I pass by. snacking on the chocolate bar I took from their shelves. Okay, so it's just a little short thing. What about the den? Without much else to do to pass the time, I head back to my den. It's not the best place to hang around, honestly, but it's comfortable enough. Looking around the small area, I shift back into my usual form. If I have to kill some time, might as well have some fun while I'm at it. ... A couple hours later, I've happily had my fill of chasing butterflies and snacking on mushrooms. Oh hey Shino, how you doing? Welcome on into the stream. It's nice to see you here. Okay, time to get back to it. Alright, it's time for more Yuri love. Are you ready? When the moon is high in the sky, I decide it's time. I'm doing alright. I just I wanted something like low effort today, and kind of cute and relaxing. So I picked this game up here, this little visual novel that apparently takes place in New Zealand. And I'm just going through it. It's very, very cute. I'm loving it so far. I was gonna have like a maps thing in 14 today, but the servers are down. So I had to quickly choose something else to do. This is the perfect kind of night for me. There's not much wind, meaning I'll be able to hear this or smell anyone approaching. It's a little cloudy too, which gives me some cover from the moonlight. I make my way up to the library, stopping as soon as I'm within sight of it. I find a shadowy place to hide and watch the front for a few minutes. Like I hoped, nobody goes in or out. All the windows are dark too. I slowly creep up towards the entrance, ready to transform and flee if I have to. Nothing happens. No one tries to stop me. I peek into one of the windows. It's dark inside, and I can't see anyone at all. Perfect. I move around to the back side of the building and check those windows too. Same thing. It's dark and empty.
This is gonna be too easy.
Back at the front door, I pick the lock and slip inside. I sneak from room to room, revisiting the items I memorized yesterday. They're not expensive or fancy enough to think of them as treasures. I end up leaving a lot of them alone, since I don't want to carry too much with me. The rest go into my coat pockets. Finally, I end back at the painting in the corner, that piece that started this whole plan. I have to set a couple things down on the floor because the painting needs both hands for me to lift it. It's heavier than it looks, so it's not very big. That's probably a good sign for how much it'll be worth. Yoink. I have to jiggle it a couple of times to get it off the hook, but I manage. Tucking the painting under one arm, I pick up the other goods from the floor. This should be enough for one night. Best to get in and out quick. I'm just refreshing the chat. I start to head back for the front door where I came in. Before I get there, light floods the room. My heart starts to race as I immediately prepare to run. A quick glance over my shoulder shows the woman from last night standing at the top of the stairs. Oh god, she's got like blue fire in her eyes. Her eyes glowing blue with anger. She takes a step forward, not seeming to touch the stairs.
Leave that painting alone!
I've got to get out of here. Now. Throwing caution to the wind, I clutch my spoils tight and charge for the door, trying to make myself as small a target as possible. The painting is too big for me to transform and still hold on to it, so I've got to do this on two legs.
Stop! Please!
I don't stop. Just like my arrival here with the guards at the skyport, the thrill of being chased has already taken over. It's exciting and scary at the same time, but either way, it spurs me to move faster. Using my shoulder, I crash out the front door and into the night. I run as quickly as I can, keeping an eye out for the patches of slick mud or puddles of water. The path I take goes far past Mount Victoria and my den, ending up in a small residential area. I stash the painting under a parked car, then take my fox form and crawl under her house, upsetting a mean gray cat who is already hiding there. It makes a low growling sound, and I glare at it, desperately willing it to be silent before it gives away my position. I growl back as best I can, and that seems to scare it into shutting up. Not sure if I was being followed or not, but I don't want to take any chances. After 10 minutes or so, I climb out, pick up my loot, and sneak back towards the den. Now that the excitement is worn off, I just can't keep a smile off my face. There's nothing more satisfying than pulling off a heist, even one as easy as this. Other thieves I've heard about must have had it rough, having to stake out a place for a long time, trying really hard not to get caught, and making sure not to be seen. I've never done much planning. I just do whatever feels right. My ability to transform makes it pretty hard to catch me. Although I have had to leave behind the stuff I was taking once or twice. And honestly, it would get boring if I never got caught and had to run. My good mood lasts me all the way home, and then disappears completely when I see who's waiting for me. The woman in white. Oh, I think she's the bat. She stands just outside my den, looking like she doesn't care at all about the cold or the mud. In fact, her perfect clothes don't seem to get dirty at all. With her back turned to me, she's staring up at the moon, but she faces me as I approach. She has that same calm presence as when I first saw her, but I can see a mournful look in her eyes, which have gone back to brown instead of a furious blue. My heart quickens, almost suffocatingly, as she watches me intently. I know how quickly calm can turn to anger. I should run, but I can't look away.
How did you find me here? Before I even got back?
A friend of mine told me you might be found here.
God, I love her accent. Her voice is soft and warm, unlike the way she shouted back at the library.
A friend.
But who? I wasn't followed, I'm sure of that much. The shock of being found wearing off, the realization I'll need to find a new place to stay sets in. After all that work, too.
I apologize for showing up uninvited. I'm here to ask that you please return that painting to me. You may keep the frame, if you like. But the painting itself is very dear to me.
Voice acting is so good in this game, man. I looked down at the portrait. I've been carrying it for a while now, but I haven't given the picture itself much thought. It's a beautiful painting and clearly very old. The girl shown in it is wearing a long, flowing dress, looking down with a small smile.
And also...
She breathes out slowly and my eyes narrow. It's the sound people make when they're acting calm but they're angry.
Should you want it, I have an extra room available in my library, with a soft bed and a warm meal. You may stay as long as you wish.
Huh?
After I just tried to rob her, she's offering me a place to stay? Okay, now I know this must be a trap. There's no way. Although, it's the same thing she asked me last night, before I broke in. I'm sure she doesn't remember that.
Why?
Because I have more beds than I could possibly fill, and more food than I could
Possibly.
eat. If there is someone who wants or needs them, is it not appropriate to share these with them?
So, is she like rich as fuck?
Is it?
I'm not sure what answer she wants to hear. She looks at me again, The same expression as it was at the library. Well, her offer does sound kind of tempting. You don't know if you like Aspen or her more? I guess I'll keep my opinions to myself for now.
I guess it's not like my place is as nice as yours.
Not anymore, at least. Not after it rained and made half of it mud. I looked down at the painting again. I sold it. It was just going to be so that I could buy the same thing she's offering me. I still don't trust her. I've watched people enough to know better than that. There must be something she wants. But I don't think she wants to hurt me. She knows I don't have anything worth stealing. If she did try to pull something, I could just run away. It's only one night. I can come back and try again, or find someplace else to take from. I looked down to the burrow past where she's standing. It looks less like a den and more a pile of mud. The thought of sleeping in there again practically makes the decision for me.
Fine, I'll take it.
She breathes out slowly again and smiles. Maybe that doesn't mean she's angry.
Wonderful. I'm glad to hear it. I should introduce myself properly. My name is Juliet. May I ask what yours is?
So you have Juliet and Aspen.
Miho.
Miho. I've had to introduce myself twice in a day now. That has to be a new record.
Well, Miho, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Let's return to the library. I can carry the painting if you'd like, or you may hold on to it until we get there.
I shrug.
Here, feel free.
She receives it very gently, and I quickly fall in beside her as we begin to walk back. To my relief, she doesn't try to make any conversation. Instead, she silently cradles the painting as we go. When we get back to the library, the lights are off and the door is still unlocked. After setting the painting down on the desk, Juliet gestures towards the stairs.
It's on the second floor.
I follow her lead again, until she stops at one of the closed doors. She unlocks it and lets me in. The room is simple and cozy, with a couple dressers, a table, and a bed. Over the bed, there's a boxy window with a wide sill, big enough to sit on. On the table, there's a cheese sandwich and a few apple slices, plus some sort of cake. There's also a pitcher of water.
I hope the food is to your liking. 2 rooms down the hall from here, you'll find a refrigerator, and you may help yourself to anything in there.
So sweet.
My study is just past that. If you need anything, don't hesitate to come find me.
This is the most wholesome thing that's ever happened on this stream. Which is not a high bar, mind you. But still.
Is there anything more I can bring for you?
I shake my head, still in disbelief. What am I even supposed to say in a situation like this? I just stole from her, and now I have both a bed and food in return. As if to answer my confusion, she gives a calm smile. It doesn't help.
Then I'll leave you to it. We can speak again in the morning. Good night, Miho.
Door shuts behind her, and I expect to hear Juliet lock it. But when I try the knob after giving her a few moments, the door opens quietly into the dark hall. Juliet's nowhere to be seen. I pull the door back shut behind me and inspect the room, look for any hidden threats. I also check the food, sniffing it to make sure there's no poison or anything. If there is, I can't smell it, and so I dig in instead.
Whoa. This is really good.
There's 3 different kinds of cheese in the sandwich, which is 2 more kinds than I knew existed. The bread is soft and buttery, and when I take a bite of the apple, juice rolls down my chin. The water that I wash it down with tastes better than the water from the stream by the den. When I'm done eating, I climb into bed, still feeling overwhelmed. More specifically, not knowing how to feel. Part of me fears that I made some gigantic mistake and that I'll wake up in danger, if I ever wake up at all. Trusting my instincts has kept me alive on multiple occasions and for hundreds of years. Enough that I've lost count of exactly how many. But something tells me I don't have anything to fear from the woman who I can only assume is my host and the owner of this place. So with that in mind, I pull the blankets up to my chin and adjust the luxurious pillows beneath my head. Who knows? Maybe the morning will bring trouble with it. But right now, just sleeping sounds alright. I wake up to the sound of birds chirping loudly outside. Blinking warily, I prop myself up and look toward the warm sunlight beaming through the window. The sheets under my hand feel soft and dry. My hand goes to my neck, taking in the smooth familiarity of my necklace.
It's still here.
If someone was going to rob me, that's the only thing I have that would seem valuable. And sorry, my model's eyes slam shut every time the screen is super bright because of the glare on my glasses. I sit up and look around. Maybe it doesn't look like anyone came in while I was asleep. Maybe I really am safe here. I wonder if Juliet's friend was the scent I noticed outside my den on the first morning. I don't know how else she could have found me, or how they did it without waking me up. If it happened before, it could happen again, as much as I hate to admit it. So I check around the room very thoroughly, but still don't notice anything different from when I went to bed.
Maybe it's not a trick.
All my past experiences have told me is that there has to be a catch. Nothing is free. Nothing. But no matter how hard I try, I can't figure out what it could be. Could Juliet really have been telling me the truth? It just seems so unlikely. It'd be nice if it was true. But if it wasn't, if I let myself believe, only to be wrong in the end, then that would hurt even more, wouldn't it? No. Better not even take the risk. After all, I've lived a lot of years this way, and it's not like I hate it. Picking up my mind helps me feel better right away, too. It just makes more sense. Even if I tried to stay, I don't think I'd ever stop worrying. This way I'll know for sure that I'm in charge of my own destiny. Now that I know that this room is unoccupied, I might be able to sneak back in sometimes when I need a place to stay. It wouldn't be too hard to climb one of the trees and then get into the window from there. I take one last look around. For just a night, it was a nice what if. Then I head downstairs and out the door without speaking a word to anyone. Yeah, she is relatable, that kind of anxiety. I think that most people have probably felt that anxiety before, of like, what if they're lying to me and they're putting up some sort of ruse. It's another nice day, the same as when I first arrived in Wellington. Warm sun and blue skies with just a hint of clouds. For a while, I meander around town, eating the last of my pastries from the convenience store hall for breakfast. Today feels like another restart. I have no den, no supplies, no anything. It's less exciting now than when it was when I first arrived. I don't have a destination in mind, but eventually I end up at the waterfront. There's an airship over the bay descending closer towards the skyport. A couple kids down by the beach wave up at it, seeming excited. The people arriving on that ship all have somewhere that they're planning to go when they get off, huh? They've all got people waiting to see them. What have I got? Some trash in an old scroll? So far, Wellington's given me nothing but questions. That never bothered me before in any other cities I've been to, so why now? I guess that's another question for the pile. I push myself off the railing and head back into town. I go through the motions of scouting for somewhere to rebuild my den, but my heart isn't really in it. After wandering for a while, I end up at the Bell House yet again. It's just the place I go when I have nowhere else to go. There are more customers than usual, so there are 2 people working behind the counter. It only takes a brief glance to notice that one of them is Aspen. Aspen. I wonder if she'll think I'd like a fairy kiss chiller again. Or maybe I'll make a different sort of first impression today. The line moves pretty quickly. It helps that Aspen doesn't spill anything this time. When it's my turn to order, I step up to the counter with a fake smile.
Oh, hello! What can I make for you today?
I'll have a fairy kiss chiller, please.
Certainly. Good choice.
I reach for my wallet to pay, but she stops me.
Oh, don't worry about that. It's on the house today.
Great!
Aww.
What does that mean?
It means that you don't have to pay for it. As an apology for yesterday.
Yesterday? Why does that sound so strange? I nearly miss her talking and my mind having tripped over the word. She reaches for a cup, the pen already in her hand.
And that's for Miho, right?
For Miho?
My name? She remembers my name? My heart begins to race wildly, my body reacting just as strongly as my mind. Husband frowns, clearly noticing that something's off. My head's in too much of a daze to deal with it, though.
It is Miho, right?
She checks the notebook on the counter, brow furrowing deeply as her finger slowly moves down the page and taps on one of the lines. What do I say? How do I explain? That for the first time in my life, for the first time in hundreds of years, somebody's remembered my name. Whoops. It's not supposed to be like this. I'm supposed to be forgotten. Every time. Without fail. It's my armor. It's my life. I take a step backwards. I have to run. I have to get out of here. I have to get away. But where to? I've just been running. And I don't have anywhere else to run to. But I don't have any other choice. Without a plan or destination, I turn on my heel and bolt outside, not daring to look back. Everything is wrong. I have to go.
Miho!
She calls my name again as I disappear into the street. It's not the first time I've heard that as I fled. But never like this. Never with such a confused, worried tone. Feeling sick to my stomach, I push myself to run even faster. Maybe I should just leave this whole city, get on the next airship out of here, and act like it never happened. I could go somewhere else, back to China or America or anywhere. I could start over again. Within days, it would be like I never even came to Wellington. My life would go back to normal, and eventually I'm sure Aspen and Juliet would forget me, just like they're supposed to. Nothing would be different. Except that's not quite true. I wouldn't forget what happened here, and even if everybody else did. No matter what, I'm sure I won't ever be able to get these past few days out of my mind. When I got to Mount Victoria, I finally stopped running. Not because this place is special or because I wanted to come here, but because I don't know where else I'd go. I make my way up to the top of the mountain, just like I did on my first day. The view, which I admired so much last time, doesn't do much for me now. Instead, the city looks cluttered and confused from up here. My chest hurts from running for so long. I'm much more used to quick bursts of sprinting to get away from something or someone. I guess that's still what I'm trying to do right now. But I'm not too sure what it is that I'm running from. Whenever something goes wrong, my first instinct is to flee. Aspen remembering me definitely counts as something wrong, but when I stop to think about why, some of the reasons are obvious. Mostly, what if it's not just Aspen? What if everybody can remember me now? Or even worse, what if people who forgot about me a long time ago start to remember me? Both could get me in a lot of trouble. My days as a thief would probably be over. There are some places where I could never show my face again. The smart thing to do is to leave. I could even see a couple of airships at the skyport right now. I have everything with me. I could just go. There's nothing keeping me here. And yet, I don't move. I still don't even know what it is I'd be running away from. Aspen? From Wellington? When I think about it, I have to admit that running wouldn't get me anywhere. This worry, these questions would follow me wherever I go, no matter how far and no matter how long. So then what do? The only answer I can think of is the scariest one. The one that goes against everything I'd ever learned. Closing my eyes, I picture the library and Juliet's offer. I picture Aspen, whom I barely know, but who's already changed my life. Maybe I should stay and try to find out more. Maybe, just a maybe, being remembered might not be all bad. I clench my fists so tightly, my knuckles turn white. The urge to turn my tail and head for the skyport is so strong. It's almost like a magnet pulling me there. I resist it though. Slowly, I walk back down the mountain, making my way to the library. I'm not sure what to say when I get there. Explain everything to Juliet, and hope she'll let me stay in that room again. I don't even need the room. I could rebuild my den and hide out there, maybe in a new spot. One that Juliet doesn't know about. Not having to worry about the weather or other animals would be nice, though. There's no telling if Juliet would remember me, too. If not, it might be easier to pretend this is my first time visiting, and just ask if there's anywhere I could stay. Even though I'm not moving very fast, I still don't feel ready for this conversation by the time I reach the library's entrance. It had only been an hour or so since I left the Bell House, so it's not late enough for the library to be closed. The usual stream of people flows in and out the doors.
Okay, I can do this.
I stand off to the side of the entrance, preparing myself as people pass to and fro. My heart is racing the same way it does during a tense break-in, maybe even harder. My tail twitches back and forth. Usually I don't notice, but right now I'm super aware of everything about myself. Fighting off my instincts, I open the door and let myself inside. I'd been expecting to have to look for Juliet, but instead, she's right by the entrance. What surprises me most, however, is the woman leaning against the large desk beside her, Aspen, who's now engaged in conversation with a look of deep concern on her face.
She wasn't there when I checked the bedroom. I wish she would have spoken to me first, at least.
I barely catch the end of Juliet's sentence. She notices me only moments after I spot her, and for a second her mouth forms a perfect O of surprise.
Juliet? What are you...
Aspen turns to follow Juliet's gaze, her eyes opening wide at the sight of me.
Miho!
My brain goes blank. Rehearsed lines flying out of my head.
Hey there.
I slink over to where they're standing, hands in my pockets, unsure what I should say first.
It's nice to see you again, Miho. I was hoping that you'd return.
Me too. That was pretty sudden. I worked extra hard on that drink for you, you know.
I freeze up, looking for the words. Aspen's expression softens in concern.
Miho?
Alright, the drink. I'm sorry.
Well, I ended up drinking it myself, so I suppose I can't complain too much.
It's like very subtly. It's sad in a very subtle way. And I totally get you, Ralph. I didn't stop reading that scene because it was a very emotional scene, and so I just continued my performance on. But yeah, it was tough. She laughs, and I can't stop myself from blurting out my next words.
You seem different.
I'm sorry?
Like, less polite?
Well, I'm not at work anymore, am I?
What am I even saying? What was I planning on saying again?
Will you be staying for a while, Miho? If so, we can continue this conversation in the dining room. It's a bit more private there.
Juliet takes charge of the conversation effortlessly, because she's a top, and I accidentally sigh in relief.
Yeah, sure. That sounds great. I'm not gonna run away again.
I'm glad to hear that. Right this way, then.
Juliet leads down the hall and into one of the locked rooms. We enter a cozy little room with a table and a few chairs, as well as a fridge. The three of us sit down, although I move my chair so I'm not so close to the others.
Can I get you anything to eat or drink, Miho?
I shake my head. I'm hungry, but I'm way too nervous to eat. Juliet smiles in response to my answer, which came just a little too quickly to sound natural. By the way, both she and Aspen are looking at me. I can tell they're expecting me to say something first. None of the words I planned are coming back to me. What do people even say in a situation like this? The temptation to turn away is overwhelming, the door just a few feet behind me. My knuckles whiten as I tightly clench my fists in my lap, pushing myself to resist the urge. I told myself I'm going to take this chance. Even if it's the hardest thing I've ever done. I'm going to be honest with them.
Well...
I struggle to think of what to say. Juliet waits patiently, her eyes gazing coolly in my direction, more than directly at mine. Aspen soon grows restless, however, her expression clouded with concern.
Sorry. I don't know how to just say things. I've only ever copied other people's, so I...
Aspen's expression clears up in some sort of understanding.
It's okay, Miho. Take your time.
So I... don't really know how to... talk like this.
You're doing just fine.
That's sad.
If you say so. It's not just talking either. I don't know much about anything. Well, anything human. All I really know about is being a fox. And all we foxes care about is how to survive. It might be hard to believe, but I'm not a normal fox either. There's something kinda special about me. Kinda different.
Maybe, like, getting remembered for the first time broke whatever curse was around her. I finger the beads around my neck. Their constant warmth and presence is reassuring. I avoid looking at either Aspen or Juliet's face. What else?
Usually, I have to steal to get by. I don't just have to, I like to. I'm good at it too. That's how I ended up meeting Juliet. And the reason I'm so good at it is because I don't know why it happens, but ever since I got my human form, everyone forgets me. Even the people who catch me stealing from them. After a day or two, I can walk right past their face and they wouldn't even recognize me. No one has ever recognized me. Until Aspen remembered who I was at the Bell House. It was such a shock that I ran away. That's what I always do. I was thinking about leaving Wellington forever, even though I just arrived a couple days ago. I'm still kind of tempted. But instead, I came back here. And that's it.
Just hearing the words coming out of my mouth makes me want to die of embarrassment. Makes me uncomfortable when other people think about me. And yet, putting everything out there feels surprisingly good. It feels like a weight has come off my shoulders. There's no going back now, and that's a relief in its own way.
So you're saying that you've never ever had a family? Or a friend?
Nope, never. And not since I stopped being a regular fox, at least.
Oh. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Why?
Well, because that's... not to be rude, but that sounds rather lonely to me.
I know, Ralph, I can't keep getting away with this.
Lonely, huh? I've never thought about it before.
I see.
Aspen sits back, still looking concerned. From the way she keeps fidgeting, I get the impression she wants to say more, but is holding back. Juliet swoops in to salvage the situation.
You have been very brave to stay here, Miho. I'm personally glad that you decided to come back to the library. I had your room prepared in hopes that you would. You're welcome to use it for as long as you'd like. I think that we could become great friends.
Friends.
I roll the word around in my mind as if it were a strange food I'm gingerly trying. Is that a word that fits me? Is that something I could ever have? Never seemed like a possibility before. None of what Juliet's offered me has. Right now, it feels like I'm standing at the end of one path and the beginning of another. I could turn around and go back the way I came. Back to the den and a life spent alone. I know that world. I've lived in it for so many years. But I can't just go back. Not now. Not when there could be something more. Something new. Everything could be different. If I just let it. When I look at Aspen and Juliet, I can tell what they're hoping I'll say.
I think I'd like that.
Big smiles take over both their faces. Slowly, I let myself smile too.
Well then, Miho. Welcome home.
Please be happy. Title drop. Chapter 2. A Life Worth Living. Let's quick save. And I'm gonna be right back here because it's been like 2 hours and 48 minutes. I need to get some water. And yeah. This is quite well written, I have to say. This has been, like, I don't know, it's very hard to describe. But the writing is very good, and of course, me applying my own performance to the writing is it has its own brand of emotionality to the game, I feel. Especially as that's been picking up in the past hour or so. So I'm gonna take a quick BRB, get some water, and I'll see you all in a few minutes. Hello, I am back. I'm just drinking some water. I need to like lube up my throat a little bit if I'm gonna do another 2.5 or another 2 hours of dramatic reading tonight. I'm probably gonna need to do some dramatic reading tomorrow when we have our Valhalla stream. How y'all doing so far? I know I was making Ralph have a small emotional breakdown earlier, and I was personally pretty choked up for a moment there, which is why I kept powering through it because I was like, I want to do the scene justice here, even if because I know it's emotional. I know it's a very effective scene, and so I want to really hammer it out well. Yeah, throat's getting a little dry here, but everything's good. I hope you're all liking it so far. And I have a feeling that we're gonna have to make a choice of who we go for. But I also feel like, you know, everybody is gonna be friends. So it doesn't matter in the end who I choose, because everybody's gonna respect everybody's decision regardless. Move my microphone back a little bit here so I'm not talking directly into your face. Although I'm trying to be pretty close to the microphone so that I can have this whole experience come through very well. Right, let's go on back to it. Okay. For the second day in a row, I wake up in a soft bed. My bed. It's early. The library downstairs is silent. Nobody else is here aside from Juliet. I didn't even transform before falling asleep last night. Just passed out like this with human arms and legs. No wonder I'm sore. Yeah, sleeping as a human is pretty fucking terrible, isn't it? After I agreed to Juliet's offer, the rest of the day passed by quickly. Aspen and Juliet showed me around the house, part of the library, and Juliet made dinner for the three of us. Aspen didn't leave until the evening, and I decided to go to bed early. After the whirlwind of emotions I went through yesterday, I was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. Not having to be on alert the moment I open my eyes is a nice change. I can toss and turn and even doze a little bit longer. I get as much rest as my body will let me. Once I've had my fill of being lazy, I finally crawl out of bed.
Okay, time to get up.
It doesn't take long for me to get ready. I tiptoe to the door out of habit, so carefully that only someone with super keen hearing would be able to hear me. But then I remember.
Oh yeah, I don't need to sneak around while I'm here.
I loosen up and step out into the hallway, shutting the door behind me. Being so openly noisy is almost harder than being sneaky. The building is still quiet. Juliet told me to come find her when I wake up. So I make my way down the hallway towards the room she showed me yesterday. It's the one one of the last in the hall, tucked away in the corner. Unlike the other doors, a tiny bit of flickering light escapes from the gap below. Whoops.
This is the place.
Now that I'm standing here, my nerves start to get the better of me. What if she's forgotten me this time and chases me away? Or what if I screw my eyes shut and take a deep breath, pushing away my worries? If I'm going to stay here for a while, I need to stop thinking like that. I can't let that fear keep winning. Forcing myself to be brave, I twist the doorknob and enter. Wait, I should have knocked, shouldn't I? It's too late now. I step into the room only to be struck by how dark it is. With just one window, the main light source is a candlelit lamp, illuminating the white cloth figure sitting at her desk. Just like the library downstairs, there are rows and rows of books covering the shelves around the room. Juliet looks up to greet me, a gentle smile written on her face.
Oh, good morning, Miho. Did you sleep well?
She remembered me. I hide my relief, I think.
I sure did. I think that might have been the best sleep I ever had.
I'm most glad to hear it. Would you like to sit down?
And yeah, I agree, Lana. I think they probably know something. They might be like the boy who could like see the little plant monster thing floating around. There's only one other seat, so I awkwardly sit down across from her. It feels a little bit like an interrogation.
Would you like some tea?
I've never had tea, so I don't know if I'd like it or not. I think I should accept her offer out of politeness, though.
Sure.
Juliet pulls out a teacup from the shelf nearby and sets it on a little plate, then pours the tea without spilling a single drop. She pushes the plate with the cup over to me.
Sugar.
I've eaten enough human snacks to know that I like sugar.
Yes, please.
Juliet offers me a small pot full of little white cubes. Without hesitating, I take 2 and toss them in my mouth. They're kind of crunchy at first, but quickly fall apart. Juliet frowns just a little, enough that a human probably wouldn't notice. Did I do something wrong? Wait, I know.
Oh, thank you.
That gets her to smile. So I'm pretty sure I did the right thing.
We'll have breakfast in a little while. Aspen usually comes by to help open the library, and then we eat together.
That sounds nice. Does she help out because of the sunlight?
My, that's astute of you. You're correct. Although I'm able to tolerate
she's a
bit
fucking
of sun,
vampire.
I do
Of course.
prefer the dark. I wasn't sure if you knew I was a vampire or not.
Right. The Juliet stocks are raising. Juliet stocks are going up right now.
I figured it out just now. That explains how you were able to hear me and find my den, huh?
Although I knew it, she's a fucking bat.
Indeed. That said, I have my dear friend Orpheus to thank for helping me
Orpheus?
know where to find you.
There better not be any fucking mind flayers involved in this shit. Hold on. Something scratches in the corner of the room, and I look up to notice a large bat dangling from a hook on one of the shelves. Has that been there the entire time?
Is he also...
No, Orpheus is a bat through and through, not a vampire. He happened to notice you on his way home one day.
So that's the friend you were talking about. I was wondering about that.
I have the pleasure of knowing several of Wellington's loco bats. They keep me apprised of news from around the city.
Yeah, well, I mean, Aspen is a little sus now that we know that Juliet's a vampire. But we'll have to see.
You're not, like... you know...
I tap one of my front teeth, not sure how to ask the question politely.
Oh, heavens no! I consume as little blood as one of my kind can, and what I do partake of is freely donated.
I wonder if Aspen comes to, like, donate her blood, like, every day.
I love this city, and its people. I'd never had them like that. Besides, I had quite enough of that during my time in the underworld. Is that where you come from as well?
Oh, I'm not from the underworld. I'm from Korea.
That's quite a sentence.
I've heard lots about it, though. I'm one of the only fabled I know of who doesn't come from there. For a long time, I didn't even know that other fabled existed.
Indeed. Gumio like yourself are some of the few I know of.
Wait, Gumiho? Is that what I'm called?
You didn't know, but you go by the name Miho.
Oh, I see.
Just because I like the sound. I thought it was more like a nickname.
So she got them coffee drinker eyes.
I change it up wherever I go. Gumi, Homie, Migu. I've never had a real name. I didn't even know I had a kind. I've never met someone else like me. I wonder if we'd have much in common.
But other foxes, well, Gumio, will live the same kind of life I have. Maybe they're better at fitting in with people than I am, and that's why I've never seen one.
Are there any other Gumio in Wellington?
None that I know of. It's possible, though.
I'm not sure what I'd say if I did meet one.
Wonder about others like me before, but since I've never met one, I eventually assume they don't exist. Yeah, that might be if they're both from the underworld, you know. That would make a lot of sense. Finding out that they do, and that there's even a name for us comes as a pretty big surprise. No matter how long I've been alive, there's still so much that I don't know about the world. As our discussion tapers off, the sound of the front door reaches my ears from downstairs. Juliet must have heard it too, looking over as I do.
Oh, that'll be Aspen. Shall we go down to breakfast?
Yeah, breakfast.
I'll never say no to that.
Juliet takes her feet, blowing out the lamp as she does. Orpheus the bat leaves the study when we do, though he flies off in a different direction. I guess he won't be joining us for the meal. I have to be careful not to spill my cup of tea as we walk down the stairs. Aspen waits at the bottom, a large book tucked under her arm. She waves with her free hand to greet us.
Good morning, Aspen. It's nice to see you again.
Good morning, Juliet. And you too, Miho. I must admit, I was a little worried you might run off during the night.
I may have thought about it.
She's got a fucking cane, man. I think Juliet's a blue mage.
After I went to bed, though, I was out like a light.
Glad you decided otherwise, then. Living in the library sounds like heaven. I can't believe you'd think about giving that up. Anyway, I'm opening today, so I can't stay too late. I'll go ahead and take care of the windows.
I'll get started on breakfast then. Would you like grape or strawberry jam?
See, Aspen is so pale. Because I bet this motherfucker's feeding off her every single day. Likes to focus on her. Yeah, she could also be some sort of creature herself, yeah.
I think I'm feeling like strawberry today. Oh, or some of that orange marmalade if there's any left. You have to let Miho try that too.
I'll see if
It's
we
so
have
sweet.
it. Is that a nonce you have with you? You can just leave him on the desk for now.
It sure is. I'll be taking Jax on the way out.
I'll write it down.
I think they're authors, but Miho's gonna be so confused. The two of them stroll off in different directions while I stand on the stairs, unable to follow any of the conversation.
Who's Jax? Anonsei? I don't see anyone with you.
This is a nonce.
Anonsei. She taps the cover of the book she brought with her.
He's the author of this. Juliet suggested I read some of his work, but I'm finding him rather dull.
Huh.
I try my best to sound interested, but the books are the most boring thing I can imagine. Maybe I'd see the appeal if I could read them, but how can they be better than doing things yourself? Try visual novels. After setting the book down on the front desk, Aspen goes into the main room, leaving me alone in the hallway. I make my way down the rest of the steps. Looking down at my teacup, I decide to take a tiny sip. Yuck. It's kind of bitter, but also bland at the same time. Frowning, I set the cup down on one of the shelves nearby. At least I tried it. The sugar was way better, though. The door Aspen went through is still open, and I can hear her bustling around. The room where Juliet went isn't far away either, and I already smell food. I guess I'll go watch. Aspen, Juliet. Oh. I thought those were somebody yelling at them. Let's see. So, I kind of want to follow Aspen right now. Because I'm interested in what's fucking up with Aspen. Also, You notice that Juliet has a painting of herself right here? I'm gonna follow Aspen. Aspen is in the book room right now, and I wandered in that direction. Oh, too late. I think that the quick save probably saves over itself too. She steps from window to window, pushing them open and pulling the curtains back. With each one, another sunbeam pours in, and the room gets a little bit brighter.
Oh, hey Miho. How was your first night here?
Oh, she has to open the windows because if Juliet opens the windows herself, she's gonna get irritated by the light.
Great! After you left, I went to bed early. And then I got to sleep in.
You sure do love to sleep. Color me even more jealous. I'm working opening shifts most of this week, so I have to be up early every day.
Or else, what?
She stops and gives me a frustratingly familiar look. The look that means I've said something weird.
Or else I get reprimanded for being late. Duh. Not to be rude, but, have you never had a job?
She should pick up a job as a streamer.
Nope. I haven't done most human things, if you can't tell.
Oh, I certainly can tell.
Okay, that was beautifully read.
Your life must be fascinating. Someday I'd like to hear about all you've seen and done.
I'm really not that interesting. My life is just wandering around for the most part. I try to avoid doing stuff as much as I can.
God fucking same, man.
I know plenty of people who would kill for a lifestyle like that, you know.
After pushing open the last window, Aspen starts to drift around the room, moving chairs and furniture into their spots.
Anyway, I come here most mornings just to have breakfast and chat with Juliet, even if I'm not opening.
Is there not any food where you live?
There usually is, but I enjoy the company as much as the food. Speaking of which, Juliet should be about done by now. Let's join her, shall we?
I follow behind Aspen as she walks on, adjusting and rotating a few more out-of-place items on the way. By the time we reach the kitchen, there's a big pile of buttered toast and different spreads waiting for us on the table. As we walk up to her, Juliet's settling down a plate of sliced fruit and another of fried eggs beside it.
You two are right on time. I was just about to call for you.
I have a sixth sense for it, apparently.
We all sit down and dig in. The food is, of course, delicious.
So, Miho, how will you be spending your first day as an official Wellington resident?
I don't know yet. Hadn't really thought about it. Now that you mention it, I'll have a lot more free time now, huh? Usually I'd go hunting for food, or looking for a better place to stay, or...
Instinctively, I go silent as I reach for my pocket and the familiar crumpling paper.
Or...
If it's something you don't want to share, don't feel that you must.
Right, that too.
I hesitate. I'm not sure I've ever told anyone about what I'm searching for, or at least not the specifics. I've had a lot of first times lately, though. What's one more? Besides, maybe the two of them can help.
No, it's okay. I've been looking for someone.
Wipe my hands first. Make sure they don't have any crumbs or grease on them. Then, I carefully slide the thin scroll from my pocket. I always keep it in the deepest part, where it won't get wet or damaged. With great care, I gently unroll it, letting the two women see the ink markings brushed onto the scroll. The edges are fuzzy with age by now, but the text is still legible. I think anyway.
They gave me this a long time ago. I don't know what it says.
Is that Korean? Maybe Chinese? I'm not able to read either one, unfortunately.
No, I could read Korean for you. Want me to translate it for you, Miho?
They remind me of older Chinese
Okay, I can't read that.
characters, but I can't be certain myself. Sorry, but I'm not too familiar with them either.
They look a little defeated, but I quickly wave off their concern.
It's okay. Nobody I've asked could read it either. For all I know, they might just be scribbles. I thought that maybe if I knew what it said, it would help me find them.
Who exactly are they, if I may ask?
They're a traveler. I learned that word just to be able to describe them. They were the first human I ever met.
Little ears
They
pop
told me
up.
stories about the rest of the world.
And you've been searching for them ever since then?
Yup. For as long as I can remember. I met them back in Korea, when I was a fox. I couldn't understand what they were saying. Not until much later.
That's, when somebody asks me how I met one of you, I'm gonna say, oh, I met you guys back in Korea when I was a fox. Reminiscing about them gives me a very particular feeling. It's warm and fuzzy, but also a little sad. I think people call it nostalgia. My voice a little quieter as I finish what I mean to say.
But that never stopped them from coming to see me. I don't know their name or even where they're from, but I'll definitely recognize them when I see them again.
They're blinking. I just noticed that they blink. Both Aspen and Juliet are quiet for a moment, visibly thinking over what I've said. After a long while, it's Juliet who speaks first.
In that case, I'd be happy to assist in any way I can.
Because she's a top.
Me too, of course. Speaking of which, I may have found something useful to you. I was doing a little bit of research on Gumiho last night. There was surprisingly little to be found compared to some of the other fabled.
So, do they just have books of this shit lying around this library?
Wait a sec. You found out that I'm a Gumio too?
Well, yes. It wasn't too difficult to look up. Is that odd?
The ears raising up. So in less than a day, both Aspen and Juliet were able to learn something about myself that I couldn't in a lifetime.
I guess not.
Help me realize how I sound after I've said it. Juliet shoots a look at Aspen, who quickly tries to move the discussion along.
Anyway, I was trying to find out why Juliet and I can remember you when nobody else can. Although I didn't find anything about memories in particular, there was one story that claimed a Gumiho's curse doesn't take effect until a full day later.
Oh, of course. And since you and I both saw Miho again before too much time passed, we didn't forget her.
Oh, so they have to keep encountering her to remember her. And they can't stay away for 24 hours. Which could be very sad or very cute or both.
Right, that also makes sense from what you told us yesterday, Miho, doesn't it? You said you don't tend to talk to people a second time.
Yeah, I usually try to avoid it, really.
I had never thought of my magic as a curse before, but I guess to the person who forgets me it is.
So that means that all we have to do to avoid forgetting about Miho is...
It's impossible to miss the pause before Aspen's words, like she's not confident in what she's about to say.
see her every day. Forever.
Forever. That word hangs in the air. Aspen says it's cheerfully, but even I can recognize just how impossible that is. At some point, even these two will forget about me, won't they? Why even try then? Why bother if I know it'll just hurt in the end? On cue, those kinds of doubts start to swirl in my head like always. It's so tempting to just stop caring and give up on others. No, I won't let myself dwell on that. Not on my first day living here. Knows? Even if it's a long time from now, maybe these thoughts will go away for good. Juliet clears her throat before the silence goes on for too long.
Well, that's not bad at all. Preserving the memory of those you hold dear is one of the most important parts of life.
Aspen ponders for a moment before nodding.
It really is.
It seems a little early for either of them to consider me dear to them, but I keep that to myself.
So, anyway, about Jacques.
For relief, Aspen changes the subject away from me and my magic. As Juliet and Aspen chat between themselves, the conversation drifts onto things I don't know about, and people and places I don't recognize. It's all probably related to books. I smile and laugh when they do, but I'm not really paying attention or talking. Listening to the two of them, they may as well be speaking a different language. The more I observe, the more it seems I'll have to learn. Not just about normal people and human life, but about myself as well, and even the world. In one day, both Aspen and Juliet were able to figure out what I am and how my magic works. I've had a long time to do that and still had no idea. It doesn't even seem like it was hard for them. There's something that I have to admit to myself. I haven't really tried before. Just what have I been missing out on? I feel something bubbling up inside me. The same feeling as yesterday when I decided to come back to the library instead of running away. Something that makes me clench my fists and take a deep breath as I make another decision. Something that I realize I can put a name to, even though it's a new one for me. This is what people call hope, even if it's pointless in the end.
I want to learn how to be a person.
Juliet cuts off whatever she was saying mid-sentence. Both she and Aspen turn to face me, eyes wide. Oops. I guess I should have started by waiting for them to stop talking.
You want to... what?
I've already messed this up, but I keep going.
Be a person. To know about the things you two are talking about. All the stuff that you give me a weird look for when I don't know. I want to learn about it.
I'd say that you're already well on your way.
Her expression becomes quite serious as she continues. I'm a little glad. She sees as much weight behind this as I feel about it.
Miho, there are some things that you can't rush or change overnight. This is definitely one of them. That said, starting can be the hardest part. You've already taken the first steps.
Isn't that the truth?
What Juliet said. I'm sorry, too. I didn't mean to keep you out of our conversation.
No, it's okay. I was busy thinking anyway. I can't stop looking for my person, of course, but maybe I can do more than that too.
We'll help you in any ways that we can.
Aspen nods in agreement, but then checks the time and sighs.
It'll have to wait until later, though, because I need to be leaving for work. I'm sure Juliet needs her rest, too.
Thanks. I am rather tired. Will you be alright on your own for the day, Miho?
Yeah, I should be.
Yeah.
I'll figure out something to do.
Wonderful. Here, let me take those.
And of course, because she's a vampire, she has to sleep during the day. She gets up and collects the dirty plates and carries them to the sink.
Tomorrow I have to go in earlier than usual to open. If you come by, I can make you that drink again, Miho. As long as you promise not to run away, that is.
Sure. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere this time.
Oh, at home?
Sorry, whoops. Will it still be at home? At home?
Like... free.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh, on the house! Yes, of course! This should probably be the last time, though, or my boss will start getting upset.
Aw, okay.
Eardrop.
It was nice while it lasted.
Aspen pauses as she rises from the table and starts to leave.
You know, getting a job might be a good idea if you're serious about living a normal life. It's hardly the most fun, but then you could buy as many fairy kiss chillers as you want.
A job? Sounds like a pain.
Aspen just sighs as I sink into my seat. The way she talks about having a job makes it sound awful.
Well, it's just a suggestion. See you later, Juliet. Miho.
With that, she takes her leave as Juliet and I wave her off. She never had one but already knows. You adjust the camera back because I'm... There we go. After the distant sound of Juliet shutting her bedroom door, the whole library is silent, leaving me alone with my thoughts in the kitchen. The front doors are unlocked and open to everyone, so it's just a matter of time until the first guests arrive.
Well, what do I do now?
The empty room doesn't have an answer. Right about now, I'd usually be scrounging for breakfast or scoping out a new place or maybe even planning where I'll spend the night. But with a full belly and bed to come back to, I don't have to worry about any of that. Instead, I have a lot of free time on my hands.
Guess I'll explore.
It's how I've been spending a lot of my time recently anyway. And while Juliet and Aspen seem fine so far, it's still a little tiring to be around other people so much. Having some time alone is important too. Making my way into town, I try to pay attention to what people are doing, instead of searching for opportunities. I meant what I said about wanting to be more of a person, but small steps are easier for me. And if there's one thing I'm good at, it's observing. Of course, I'll also be keeping an eye out for anything that can help me find my person. But I have to admit that I don't have much of a plan for that. You know, something that I realized is that Mio's person is probably dead by now. And she is going to have to find a new person, I think. Or at least that's just my thoughts so far. Usually when I go to a new country or city, I'll try to find someone who might know them, or who recognizes my scroll. I usually prefer asking other Fabled. They're easier to deal with than humans. It's not a very efficient plan, if I'm being honest. I'd have to really get lucky for it to work, but I haven't come up with any better ideas. Now that Aspen and Juliet have offered to help, maybe they'll be able to think of something new. For now, I'm just killing time. I take it slow, passing through the city, and even pop into some stores along the way. One is full of musical instruments, while right next door is a store selling kitchen utensils. Across the street is another place with racks full of used clothes. I step into each store and pace around the aisles, just browsing. Usually, I'd never come into these kinds of shops. Even though they have some expensive stuff, it's all bulky and hard to carry. Plus, I've learned the hard way that some pawn shops and buyers are good at guessing when something's stolen. Now that I'm paying more attention to what's for sale, I realize that I don't even know what a lot of this stuff does. In the kitchen store, there's normal pots and pans and dishes, which makes sense, but there's also a bunch of different gadgets with all kinds of shapes and sizes. I can't even guess what you'd use some of them for. Look, I don't even know either, man. So I feel you there. At the music store, I recognize a few instruments, like guitars and pianos and drums. There are also a bunch that I have seen before, but don't know the names of. Mostly those kinds you play with your mouth. Then there are some that I've never seen, and can't even be sure what are actually instruments and not some other kind of device. I seem to be the only one having this problem. In both stores, the other customers I've seen all walk around like they know what they're doing, or at least are looking for something in particular. I try to listen in on a conversation that someone's having with a salesperson, but it's just like listening to Aspen and Juliet talk. I don't recognize half the words. In the end, I don't spend long in either store.
This is already harder than I thought.
Nearby, there's a clock outside of one of the stores and it informs me that it's only been an hour or so since I left the library. There's still a long time before Juliet will be up. I guess I'll keep looking around. Although I'm not expecting much, I continue to browse through most of the shops I pass, just for something to do. I think about going by the Bell House and saying hello to Aspen, but when I get there, there's a line out the door and around the building. Peeking through her window, I don't even see her. Instead, somebody else is taking orders at the counter. I don't feel like waiting, so I keep walking instead. I end up walking for as long as I can stand it, past the Skyport and Beach, Palace to Mount Victoria, back towards town yet again. When eventually it all gets too boring even for me, I head back to the library. It seems much busier now than when I left it. There's a pile of books on the desk that people have brought back, and the checkout sheet is half full. Some of the chairs are occupied, and at least a dozen people are browsing the shelves. None of them pay me any mind, even when I grab a snack from the kitchen and then head up to my room. In there, I do the only thing there is to do. Flop on my bed and look up at the ceiling. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad to have a bed to do that in. But it doesn't help much right now.
So I can be bored outside or bored inside.
I feel you, man. I feel you. In my normal life, I'm usually too busy to get bored. Having time to rest and relax can be a luxury. Now I've got more time than I know what to do with. I hadn't even recognized this would be a problem.
Guess all I can do is wait for Juliet.
Hopefully she'll have some ideas. I get the feeling she could give advice on anything.
May as well get comfy.
Yawning, I get under the covers and then transform into a fox. With a soft pillow under my head and a cozy blanket above me, it's a lot like being in a very comfortable den. And after all the walking I did, a nap does sound pretty nice. If I'm lucky, I won't wake up until Juliet does. Wrapping my tail around my face, I close my eyes and eventually drift off to sleep. It's almost dark out when I finally open my eyes. Just like this morning, it takes a second for me to remember where I am. I burrow my way out of the blankets and then retake my human form, rubbing the sleepiness from my eyes.
That nap worked better than I expected.
Hopefully Juliet will be awake by now. If she isn't, I don't know what I'll do. There's no way I'm falling back asleep anytime soon. Unlike this morning, when I pass by Juliet's office, there's no light from under the door. I do catch the sound of something going on in the kitchen, so I make my way downstairs. In the kitchen, I'm treated to quite a sight.
Good evening, Miho. I'll be with you in just a moment.
It's not just Juliet in the kitchen, but 3 bats as well. One clings to the back of the chair Aspen sat in this morning, and another is on top of the fridge. The third one is perched on Juliet's shoulder. I think it's the same one I saw in her office. You know, Juliet's fucking cute, man. Her stocks keep going up. Juliet's holding a small bag and handing out the contents to the different bats. On closer inspection, I realize they're bugs. All the bats devour them greedily, including the one nibbling by Juliet's ear. She doesn't seem too bothered, and hands them each another treat.
All right, here are the last ones.
The bats on the chair in the fridge finish their snacks and they fly over my head and out of the kitchen. Their wings nearly clip me in the face, the gust they create blows my hair around. The last one stays on Juliet's shoulder even after it's finished eating, and then Juliet picks up a small envelope from the counter and ties it to one of the bat's legs.
Thank you, Orpheus. We'll see you soon.
Better watch out, Orpheus. Fucking Vlakith's after you. Launching itself off of Juliet's shoulder, Orpheus takes flight and exits through one of the library windows. Even though he was much bigger than the other bats, it doesn't look like Juliet was phased by being used as a launch pad.
My apologies, Miho. You caught me just at dinner time for the bats.
It's okay. I just woke up.
Oh? I take it you had a busy day then.
Yeah, Juliet stocks are rising slowly.
Well, not really. Just walked around for a while and then took a nap because didn't know what else to do.
I see. I'm sorry to have left you on your own all day. I should have made sure you were taken care of before I went to sleep.
They're all so sweet to one another. She sure does apologize a lot. Is that what it means to be polite? It makes me kind of uncomfortable. It's not like she did anything wrong.
What are some of your hobbies? There are all manner of things tucked away in this room. All that throughout the library.
Hobbies? I don't think I know that word.
Her hobbies are stealing and making dens and seemingly people watching.
Something you do for fun, just because you enjoy it.
Oh!
Being fucking cute, yeah, that's one of her hobbies.
I don't really have anything like that.
Although she raises her eyebrows, Juliet just nods. I'm guessing that wasn't the answer she was expecting.
I think I understand. Well, perhaps that should be our first order of business. I believe you'd find your life much enriched with something amusing to do.
Okay. Like what?
She ponders for a moment, tapping the countertop beside her.
It could be anything. A sport, an art, or even something like watching television. Whatever brings you joy.
Pretty sure I've never tried any of those.
Then, it seems we have plenty of options to start with. I know you've done a lot of walking today already, but I need to go into town to run some errands. Would you be interested in accompanying me? Maybe we'll see something along the way that strikes your fancy.
Sure. Fine by me.
Let's do it.
Not like I've got anything better to do.
With a smile, Juliet gathers up some more papers and envelopes from the table and tucks them under her arm.
Let's be off then.
Leaving the library unlocked, we set down the familiar path. Juliet maintains a brisk pace, but isn't too fast. I like this a lot more than going slow.
So, Miho, how are you enjoying Wellington itself so far?
I like it. It's not too big and it's not too small. Like that there's the ocean and mountains close by.
I love every time when the ears go up and down, man.
Yes, we're truly fortunate to live in such a paradise.
How'd you end up here in the first place? You said you came from the underworld, right?
That's correct. Ugh, I was much wilder and irresponsible in
Wilder
those
and
days.
irresponsible. I want to hear.
But then, I met someone who changed my life. Someone who made me want to be a better person. And part of that meant reinventing myself, with a new life in a new place. Rather like what you've been doing too.
Huh. I can't picture you being crazy like you said.
I wonder if that's Aspen who she met.
That's something of a relief, but it was certainly true at the time. Sometimes, it does feel as if I was an entirely different person back then. It can be difficult to reconcile who we were with who we are, or want to be.
That's very deep. And I think everybody can kind of relate to what she's saying there. Well, most people have probably encountered some sort of significant change in their life.
Doesn't seem like you had too much trouble with it.
I wouldn't say that. For one, this was very long ago. And even now, I continue to change.
Oops.
Everyone does. Perhaps in a few hundred years, I'll look back on these days, and they'll also seem like someone else's life.
Maybe.
Subliminal messaging in the background. Not that I think Juliet is lying, but it seems to me like she's just being modest. I may not have known her for long, but if anything, she seems a little too perfect. It isn't too late in the evening yet, so there are plenty of other people out and about too. Occasionally, someone will recognize and greet Juliet, and she always gives them a friendly greeting in return. After walking in silence for a couple minutes, I clear my throat.
I've got a question.
Oh, she did for me.
What is it?
Do you always walk places?
As opposed to?
Flying. Can't you turn into a bat?
She's just got like 3 bats. She can't turn into a bat, right?
Oh, yes.
Oh, she can?
I suppose I can. I do so only sparingly, though. I find that I appreciate life more as a human than as a bat.
Oh, it's an interesting little parallel here, actually.
Why? That's weird. Like being a fox a lot more. Being a human just feels clumsy. Your arms and legs are way too long and get in the way all the time.
I suppose that's true. It can be quite awkward at times. Or even embarrassing.
Yeah, exactly! I've never been embarrassed as a fox.
I understand. There are certainly downsides. I believe the good makes up for the bad, though. Some things are only possible as a human, or fabled.
Yeah, I suppose that is true. There's a lot you miss out on if you choose just one side over the other.
Like what? I can't think of any, other than talking like this.
Like writing, for one thing, as our dear friend Aspen would surely mention. Or perhaps like dancing. Have you ever danced, Miho?
I can just imagine, like, the little fox, like, leaping around in a circle. You've seen those things, or you've seen, like, the video where, like, the fox leaps into, like, a snowbank or something.
Nope, never. I don't get why people do it either. Don't tell me you like dancing. Is that your hobby?
I must confess that I do enjoy it. At times, that is. I wouldn't call it a hobby.
I really hope we get a dancing scene with Juliet.
But with the right person, at the right moment...
See?
It can be quite nice.
If you say so.
I find myself saying that a lot lately. Shaking and flopping your body around to music? It's not for me. I don't even know how they come up with this stuff. Yes, we call this foreshadowing. But I'm trying to remember to be polite, so I keep that part to myself.
So, on that note, I should have asked this earlier. Are there any hobbies that you have as a fox?
I never thought about it that way. Now that you mention it, almost everything is better as a fox. The sun feels nicer on my fur than it does on my skin. Flowers smell better and more interesting when I sniff them. It's more vivid.
I remember Aspen using that word and explaining what it means. I bet she'd be proud if she heard me using it.
You do make it sound lovely. But are those things you do for fun?
Well...
I almost say yes right away, but then I think about it for a second. I do love those things I mentioned, but maybe they don't fit what Juliet is asking.
I guess not. They feel good, but they're not fun.
That's still valuable too.
So far, we've been following the same path that I took earlier when I went into town. But when we come to a crossroads, Juliet turns in the direction of the neighborhood, instead of the city.
The first stop I need to make is down here. After that, we'll go look around and see if there's anything fun.
Alright, I'm just following you.
This isn't the same neighborhood where I hid from Juliet a couple nights ago, although it's pretty similar. Some of those houses are the sort that reminded me of Bugs when I first arrived in Wellington. We stop at one of them, A little one-story house with a porch light on. I follow Juliet to the front door and she rings the doorbell.
Is this for one of your errands?
Yes. We're delivering those papers that were requested.
She straightens out the 2 yellow packets she was carrying. The door opens and a young woman carrying a baby stands behind it.
Oh, Miss Juliet! So good to see you.
With one of her trademark smiles, Juliet hands over the papers and the 2 chat for a bit. I lean against the wall, not involved or listening. When talking to the lady, Juliet uses the same warm tone and softness as when she's talking to me or Aspen. In fact, if I close my eyes, I could almost pretend that I'm back at the breakfast table with both of them listening. Or both of them, listening to them go on about books. Eventually, the woman takes the folder, and after saying goodbye several times, we leave. As soon as we're off her property, I turn to Juliet.
What was that all about?
I suppose you could call it another one of my hobbies. Sometimes, patrons have requests for information on their ancestors, or a piece of history that they'd like to learn about.
I like how all the romance options are nerds.
For example, Mrs. Aliyu wanted to know about her husband's culture so she could teach her new child. I find and collect what's requested, and bring it to those who asked.
Whoa, sounds like a lot of work.
It's heaven. But heaven that your only options are two nerdy girls with New Zealander accents?
It can be, but I don't mind it. The past is worth preserving, but not everyone knows how. It's my honor to help people do so. I have assistants too, such as dear Orpheus, who is delivering a letter on the far side of town for me.
Are all the bats your helpers?
Some more than others. They're friends, not pets. And so if they don't feel like helping, then I won't force them.
To me, it sounds like a lot of trouble to go through for someone else, even with the bats helping out. But Juliet apparently likes being inconvenienced. It's the same as letting me stay in her library. Still, that sounds like it could be really helpful in my own search for the traveler. As Juliet leads us to our next destination, we leave the residential area and go back towards the city. I try to keep my eyes peeled for anything interesting. There are plenty of people sitting out at tables and having a meal or walking around the shops, but nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, it's not that much different from when I was here earlier. There are more fabled and fewer humans, but there are still plenty of those too. Some of the places I passed by are closed now, but some, like the music store, are still open. Well, now I'm thinking that those things that she saw are actually real, but like other people can't see them. Like the Cyclops hanging around and like the 3 mermaids were actually real, but yeah, no one can actually tell that they're there. When we come to a big building with a lot of posters on the walls outside, we stop.
This is one of our movie theaters. They show all the most popular films, as well as independent ones from local creators. Have you ever been to see a movie before?
Not in a place like this. I know what movies are, but I don't think I've ever watched one.
You should try it sometime. Maybe you'll find you like them. Movies can make you feel all kinds of different things. Happy, sad, scared, or just amused.
Little fourth wall breaking.
Some are good for making you think, and some are good because you don't have to think about anything and can just relax.
Why would I want to watch something that makes me sad or scares me?
Again,
For
fourth
some,
wall.
it's fun to explore different emotions in a safe environment like that. When we see something that makes us feel strongly, it can stick with you. Perhaps cause you to view things in a different light. And if it ever becomes too much, you can simply stop watching or put on something else.
I'll try it sometime. Although, I don't know about the sad or scary ones.
There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone has different preferences.
Along the way, Juliet continues to point out the different shops and locations that she thinks I should know about, like another library or a museum. I'm not very interested in either of those things, but I smile and nod and pretend like I am. After a while, we leave the city behind and reach the waterfront, just like I usually do. The ocean looks much different at night, with the starlight and moonlight reflecting off the water. Far out at sea, there are a few lights that must come from boats, and sometimes lights in the sky from passing airships. We head down the small path to a boardwalk, where we look out onto the water. There are a few empty buckets sitting on the ground nearby, as well as some folding chairs. I point them out.
What are those for?
People like to fish off at this pier. They come at all hours, but I believe this spot is used for teaching lessons during the day.
Ooh, lessons on how to catch fish?
Sorry, I was refreshing chat real quick.
That's correct. Is that something you're interested in?
Maybe. It's one of those things that I like doing as a fox, but I don't know if I'd like doing it the human way.
Should you decide you'd like to try, I'm sure there would be someone here who's happy to instruct you.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't want to commit to anything, but it couldn't hurt to come check this place out during the day.
I'm glad you found something that struck your fancy. Is there anywhere else you'd like to visit while we're out? Or should we return home?
Nah, I'm ready to head back. Is there anything for dinner?
I'm sure we can put something together.
Then let's go.
Since I actually know where we are now, I lead the way home, with Juliet close behind me. It's another chilly morning in Wellington. I'm outside the Bell House waiting for Aspen.
People are gonna think I'm staking this place out. And for once, that isn't true.
It's after breakfast, but before the sun's up. Aspen invited me for a free drink before they open. But I'm starting to think I've been duped.
Anytime now.
I rub my arms and bounce around to try to stay warm. Right as I'm thinking about picking the lock myself, the front door swings open, and Aspen waves me inside.
So anyway, like I was saying, my uncle taught me this trick to make it taste better. You put a little bit of salt in the coffee and it brings out the flavor, right? Not too much. You don't want to make it salty, but just a little bit.
Lana, this is you. With sending me the, coffee videos about, how much salt and, how to filter the coffees. And it's Lena. Holy shit.
Sorry about that. I got a little held up.
I was thinking maybe you forgot about me after all.
No, you're not rid of me that easily. I was just...
I tried it and it's really good. Have you tried it? Remind me, I'll make you one. So then I was thinking, if I start doing that every time I make a drink, eventually people will start realizing that their coffee's better when I make it, but they won't know why.
Talking to Lena. That can always take longer than you expect or plan for.
I love them both.
But she and I often look the other way for each other on certain things. Such as letting you in before the store opens, for instance.
Oh, am I not supposed to be here? That's cool!
I suppose that is cool.
As long as we open on time, it's fine, and Lena and I are the two fastest. You kind of have to be when she's involved.
What do you mean?
I'm sure you'll see. Come on, what do you want today?
I inspect the menu. It's as unhelpful as ever.
Here's a paper copy, if that's easier to read.
She hands me a little printout menu. It's also distinctly lacking pictures.
Sorry, can't read it.
Oh, do you need a Korean version? I'm afraid we don't have one.
Oh, nah. Can't read any languages.
I may as well have told her that the sky is green. Aspen stares at me in clear disbelief. This isn't the usual weird look. This is beyond that. She laughs nervously.
You're joking, right?
I shake my head. I SMH my head. She collapses onto a stool behind her, fanning her face with a menu in her hand.
I can't believe it. I just can't. So you've never... You haven't. Wow.
Yeah, the second I saw Aspen reading, I was like, Aspen's gonna teach her how to read at some point. I can tell she really wants to say more, but holds herself back.
I suppose that explains a lot. Still, I just can't imagine.
Takes a moment, but she regains her composure.
Anyway, if you want to try something new, then how about our ambrosia latte?
Now that's a latte I want to try out.
It's one of our seasonal beverages with apple and
Oh
caramel.
fuck me, that's good. Holy shit. Where can I go to get this kind of coffee?
Apples and coffee? I've never had that before.
Yes, well, we're experimenting with the recipe still.
I said that we should try adding more cinnamon to it.
I don't even know where Lena comes from. Suddenly, she's just there.
Aspen said it would overwhelm the other flavors, but I add extra whenever I make one, and so far no one's complained.
Lena, are you serious?
What? Are you now catching that she's named Lena? Oh, what if she's a secret third option? Maybe. I do like nerdy girls that talk a lot.
Well, yeah. How else are we gonna find out which one's better? I'll make one for your friend too, and she can tell us which one she likes more.
Lena!
The other girl hurries back to the kitchen, clearly not caring about what Aspen has to say. Aspen sighs and shakes SMH's her hand.
Right, well, I have to open the registers and put on the coffee. I'll have your drink in a couple minutes.
Okay, thanks.
I hop on one of the tall stools and wait, swinging my legs back and forth. Before long, the cafe fills with the smell of warm coffee and baking bread. It's enough to make my mouth water, even though it hasn't been long since I last ate. Aspen roams between the kitchen and the front area, always looking very busy. She checks and inspects what seems like every drawer and cabinet in the place, but while getting ready. Lena's busy too, mopping and setting up chairs. At some point, she puts her earphones in, and her music is loud enough for me to hear it from across the building. After a while, Aspen returns to my table, along with a steaming paper cup.
Here you go. One ambrosia latte.
I pop the lid off so I can take a peek at the drink itself. It smells light and fruity, and a swirl of caramel syrup is melting into the coffee and whipped cream.
Looks good. Hopefully it tastes good too.
I have a tiny little sip, since it's too hot to drink very fast. The tartness of the apple actually goes pretty well with the coffee flavor.
It's a little sour, but it's not bad. Not as good as a fairy kiss chiller, though.
Well, I can't complain about that.
The chair squeaks against the floor. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, that wasn't a squeak, that was like a little rattle. Whoops. As Aspen sits down across from me.
So, have you decided how you're going to spend your day?
Not yet. What about you?
There's still another 7.5 hours left on my shift, so I'll be here for quite a while.
So she's not even part-time. She works a fucking 9 to 5 in a cafe, which I imagine is quite tiring.
After work, I try to have a social life or get some writing done.
I want to see her writing.
Although lately I usually just collapse on the bed and take a nap.
Hey, me too! Without a bed, though.
Yes, well, I'm sure frolicking through the flowers and chasing rabbits gets tiring.
Oh my fucking god.
Ooh, are there rabbits around here?
Not for long, I imagine. Speaking of which, have you thought about what I said yesterday? About getting a job? It seems you have
She's
more than
kind of
enough
witty.
time on your
I like
hands.
that. I dig it.
You do know what a job is, right?
More or less. I mean, I've seen people at work before. But I've never had my own job before you ask.
Yes, I'm aware. Anyway, you'd have money to buy things you want, and you wouldn't have to steal to get it.
What do I need money for, though?
She's a little Boy Scouty,
Juliet lets me sleep at her house,
but she is
and she
witty
even
and kind of
gives me
funny.
food.
I don't mean to sound rude or anything, but Juliet can't take care of you forever, you know?
I know.
Right now, I'm still getting used to even living here. I haven't given a thought to what might happen later on.
I don't even know what kind of job I could get. Is there some place that would hire me to steal things?
Not legally, no. But maybe you can find a way to use those skills. Maybe you could be a security guard somewhere, or a locksmith.
Locksmith?
Maybe. What exactly is your job, anyway?
Well, as you know, I'm a barista. That means I make coffee and tea and hot chocolate and whatever else our customers ask for. Some people rely on our products just to get through their day, so I consider it to be a very important
I certainly
job.
rely on their products to get through my day. A day without coffee, and I would cease to exist.
If we were to close or go out of business, there would be a great many people who would be distraught over it.
Wow! And you're gonna do this for the rest of your life?
Not for that long, I hope. It's not my passion by any means, but I don't mind it. It can be rather exhausting though, especially on busy days.
I can't say she's selling me on this whole job idea.
What is your passion?
It's this.
Like she was waiting for me to ask, Aspen dramatically pulls out a small notebook and puts it on the table. It's the one that I see her writing in all the time. I lean forward to look at it closely. It's not very big, about the size of my hand, and it's mostly purple in color. There's an intricate gold pattern around the border. It definitely looks fancy. I could probably get a lot of money for this at the right store.
This is my writing notebook. One of them, at least. My passion is writing, bringing stories and characters to life, making people feel what I feel. There's nothing quite like it. So challenging, yet rewarding.
I wonder if the writer of this, like she's a stand-in for the writer of this.
It's both my favorite activity and also the most frustrating one. This notebook is full of story ideas, lines that I come up with, or other interesting details.
'Cause I fucking love Aspen's passion. Not gonna lie.
One of the best parts of working here at the Bell House is that I get to meet so many interesting and inspiring people. For example, when you first came in, I wrote a brief note about you. I never imagined that just a few days later we'd be having this conversation.
Trust me, I didn't either. What did you write about me?
For some reason, Aspen's face gets a little red.
I don't remember, just that I wrote something. It's in another notebook, not this one. My dream is that someday I'll be able to make a living from my writing.
She had better tell me later what she wrote about me. I bet it's gonna be like, I saw her face in a crowded place, and I don't know what to do, 'cause I'll never be with you.
In fact, when I moved to Wellington a couple of years ago, that was supposed to be the first step. It's been taking longer than I'd like so far.
But I love that song. Don't go at me for my early 2000s one-hit wonders.
Every morning when I wake up, I tell myself that I'm not going to sleep that night until I finish at least a chapter.
I know a lot of people like that.
But then by the time I'm done with work, all I want to do is pass out. Of course, that just puts me further and further behind. I've really only myself to blame, I suppose, but life doesn't make it easy for me.
Sighing, Aspen puts her notebook away once more while I sip my drink.
Saying it like that, I can't fault you for not wanting to get a job.
Oh, it's like how you were when you're writing fanfiction. She just has so much passion for it. And it's adorable.
I'm only here because I need some way to pay the bills. That's just the life of a starving artist for you.
Did someone say job? Are you getting a job here? Is this an interview?
I also love Lena. From out of nowhere, Lena appears with a cup in her hands.
No, Miho's just a friend. And were you eavesdropping on us?
It's not eavesdropping if you're in public.
It's like, I was in a group or was like watching a streamer in a group last night in FF, and there was somebody in another stream shitting on them for how they were playing. It's not it's not eavesdropping if you're in fucking public.
You should learn to talk quieter if you don't want people to hear you. Like me.
Tell me you're joking.
I like those weird little things on the side of her head.
About what?
Before Aspen can even answer, Lena turns to face me instead.
Anyway, that's too bad. We could definitely use the help. Hey, why not apply here if you're looking for work? I bet Aspen would put in a good word for you, right? I could do it too. It'd kind of be lying, I guess, since I don't know you that well, but you seem like an alright person.
This is definitely the kind of thing I would say.
I mean, if Aspen trusts you, you have to be okay, I think. I can go get you an application right now if you want. I printed out a whole stack of them yesterday. Actually, it's the second stack, because the first one jammed up the printer and...
I also love that Lena has a font size attached with her.
Lena, I am begging you to please be normal.
What? Tell me why it's a bad idea. Do you not think... What's your name again?
Miho.
Do you not think Miho could do it?
No, it's not that. I'm sure she'd do great. It's
I
just...
love her so much.
Wait, that sounds fun. Would I get to work with you?
Yeah, we'd work together.
I got to see Miho put on like a barista uniform and like fuck up people's orders.
Oh, you meant Aspen, didn't you? Yeah, she'd be there too.
Jesus Christ. Slapping her hands on the desk, Aspen stands up from the table.
It's certainly an idea. Perhaps one we should discuss later. Lena, you and I should be getting to work, don't you think?
Her voice actor is so good.
Okay, boss.
Please just go unlock the door.
Okay.
Smirking, Lena heads towards the front of the store.
Feel free to hang out for a bit if you'd like, Miho. Although it's going to get busy soon, so I won't...
Oh, wait! I almost forgot! If you need something to do, come play tennis with me this afternoon.
Tennis?
Yeah, you know, you hit the ball back and forth over the net.
Now that's the kind of thing that a fox would like.
I know what it is. Is that your hobby?
For now, I like trying new things.
She's definitely a, from the underworld too, because these fucking wingy things on her back here.
I'll think about it. I should try something new myself too.
I wasn't asking. Anyway, you said it yourself. You're totally coming. So, I'll see you there.
Okay.
I can't help but feel I've been roped into something there, but it's true that I should at least give it a shot. Maybe I'll turn out to like it more than I expect.
Cool.
Lena starts to leave again, but then suddenly jumps back around to face me again.
Oh, right. There's one more thing.
How many more things does she have? I could practically feel Aspen's exasperation as Lena runs back and slams the cup she was carrying onto the table in front of me.
Try this. Tell me which one you like more. The one I made or the one Aspen made.
Okay.
With an unnecessarily loud sigh, Aspen goes and unlocks the front door herself. I'm over halfway done with Aspen's drink, but I take another gulp, paying attention to the mix of flavors. Then I do the same with Lena's. Lena watches eagerly, fists clenched in excitement.
So, what you think? Come on, be honest.
Can I make a choice here? I can't taste a single difference.
They're both good.
Sure, but which one's better?
Taking another sip each, I try to detect anything that's different between them, but can't. Fortunately, Aspen saves me. She looms behind Lena like a phantom.
Lena, don't you think maybe you should go check the croissants?
Nah, I already looked at them earlier. A couple of them were kind of schoolish, but I tried to massage them back into shape.
Lena is so good. I don't want her to be a romance option, but she's so good. I just like her.
Don't worry,
I wash my hands first. For once, Lena's the one cut off as Aspen jerks on her apron strings, and she flaps her wings to maintain her balance.
Why don't you go check on them again? Or maybe the muffins, if you haven't yet.
Fine, fine. We all know Miho just didn't want to hurt your feelings anyway.
Aspen releases her, and Lena walks off to the back of the cafe like an embarrassed cat, pretending it was her idea. Yeah, she has what you saw the wings on her down there by her ass. I mean, I wasn't looking at her ass, but the wings are down by her hips, you know? Yeah, I think she is like a harpy or something. Yeah, go back and look at that. Go back in the VOD and check it. After she disappears into the kitchen, Aspen sighs yet again.
I'm sorry about that. It's fine. She seems nice.
That is certainly one way you could describe her. What I was trying to say earlier is that you can stay here if you want, but I won't be able to chat. Our first customers will be here any minute now.
She got them ass wings. But yeah, I think she may be a harpy. Harpy girl.
That's okay. I'll probably go back to the library once I finish my drinks.
All right, I'll see you later then. And don't feel obligated to finish both if you don't want to.
This is just a fucking monster girl dating sim. But like awkwardly, the human is one of the best choices.
I'm gonna try. Bye!
Like Lena, Aspen also retreats behind the counter and starts filling the display case with pastries. I wonder if any of them are the croissants Lena was talking about. Sure enough, it isn't long before the first customers start to show up. Aspen takes her orders with that fake nice voice that she used when we first met. Already I've gotten more used to hearing her regular speaking voice instead. That tickles me for some reason. It's interesting to know that even normal humans like her can still pretend to be other people sometimes. I wonder why she feels she has to do that. So far, she's one of the nicest humans I've ever met. After I finish up my first coffee, I toss the cup away, but hold on to the second. I'll drink it later or something. Aspen waves as I leave the Bell House and I start making my way back to the library. I've had my fill of wandering around for at least a few days. If I'm going to be bored, I may as well do it while I'm comfy. Job or not, Aspen is definitely right about one thing. I really need to find something better to do with my time. All of these are blocked right now, so the only place I can go is Hataitai Park. Botanical Garden. I want to go to the Botanical Garden. I want a fucking Botanical Garden date. I've gone on a Botanical Garden date, actually, IRL. I think there's still a lot of glare that's making my eyes look shut all the time. But I've been on a Botanical Garden date, IRL, a few years ago. And it was very cute. Let's go to Hataitai Park. A few hours of sitting around the library, I'm bored enough to take Lena up on her offer to play tennis. The only problem is, I forgot to ask her where and when. Sometime in the afternoon, I go down to the Bell House, where an employee tells me both Aspen and Lena have left for the day. They give me directions to a place called Hataitai Park, which is where they say Lena mentioned before heading out. I follow their instructions and reach a big open area full of people on bikes, walking, or just sitting in the grass. I wander around looking for any sight of Lena or people playing tennis. Finally, I spot the courts and make my way over. Out of the dozen or so people who are playing, it isn't hard for me to find Lena when I get there.
Yeah! Nice serve!
She runs back and forth, leaping and diving to hit the little green ball before it can touch the ground. She flaps her wings to keep from falling over as she does. Her partner, a tall boy with antlers on his head, looks exhausted. When he swings the racket, it looks like his arm might fall off at any second. When I get close enough, Lena notices me and stops mid-dive.
Miho! You're late!
See? Take a look at her wingies. You see them? They're like down by her waist, so they're a little bit harder to notice. Now that she's distracted, her partner takes the opportunity to hurry away, collapsing into the grass to rest.
Sorry, I wasn't sure what time I should come by. Or where.
Oh, right. I guess I should have told you. In that case, good guess.
I don't bother telling her that I got help from one of her co-workers. Lena picks up a racket from nearby and offers it to me.
Ready to play?
I guess so. I don't really know the rules though.
Nah, it's fine. Me either. Just try to hit the ball, alright?
Okay, that's probably the best way to play sports.
Okay, I can do that.
I take my spot on the other side of the net, trying to imitate the way other people are standing.
Alright, here goes!
Lena drops the ball and then knocks it towards me. I watch it carefully, and when it gets close enough, I swing. Ball goes soaring over her head and falls into the grass out of sight somewhere.
Maybe a little less oomph next time. Let's try it again.
She serves the ball, and this time I just barely hit it over the net. Lena dives for it before and sends it sailing back to me. The more we play, the easier it gets. Both of us miss the ball or knock it into the net a lot, but it's not too bad. Finally, even Lena gets tired. We have to take a break to drink some water.
How long have you played tennis?
Like, today or in my life?
In your life.
She thinks about it a lot, scrunching up her nose.
About a week.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, how about you?
About half an hour, I guess.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. See? We're both trying new things.
I love this weird little harpy girl so much. The whole time we're talking, Lena keeps glancing away from me to watch the other players. I try to figure out what's so interesting, but I can't.
Okay, break's over. Let's play some more.
We get back on the court and play for a little bit longer until the end of the hour. As everyone else starts to pack up and leave, I follow Lena, puts away our equipment.
So, what'd you think? Did you have fun?
It was alright. I wouldn't mind doing it again, but I don't know if I'd want to play all the time. I can see why some people enjoy it at least.
Being outside is nice, and it was a good day to burn off some energy.
That's good. They meet a few times a week if you want to come back.
She has a new friend.
Will you be here?
Not sure yet.
Even while cleaning up, she's still distracted by someone or something else. When the other players walk past us on their way out of the park, Lena turns her head to watch one of them.
Ready, because we're planting trees here next time. Really exciting, right? If you want to help out, then come to me after.
I catch a snippet of conversation as the person Lena's watching. A dryad goes by. Lena must hear it too, because she instantly closes her eyes and puts her fingers against the side of her head.
Planting trees. Planting trees.
She repeats the words to herself a few times, then her eyes snap back open.
Okay, got it.
Got what?
What I'm doing next time. I'll have to start studying up tonight so that I'm ready.
She's trying to impress that guy by trying to impress the dryad by doing what he does.
Okay, if you say so.
I'm pretty lost, but maybe this is just how Lena is.
You should come too, if you're not doing anything. I'll tell Aspen to give you the details.
Sure, sounds good.
Not sure if I wanted to commit, especially since Lena probably won't even remember me the next time we see each other. But playing tennis wasn't so bad, so I should at least keep my options open.
Good. Alright, see you then, Miho.
See ya.
Waving goodbye, Lena heads down one of the paths. I take a different one that leads me out of the park and back to the library for the rest of the day. Quick save that. With a tiny ding, the toast pops up and I load onto the plate with the other slices. I bring the dish over to the table.
Thank you, Miho. Go ahead and put it by the butter.
Oops, sorry. Let me get my bag out of your way.
Once the table is set, the three of us sit. I've gotten more used to the routine of fruit breakfast, and know when to do things like pass the salt and pepper without being asked. Every morning so far we have the same thing, eggs and toast, but it's a lot tastier than convenience store food, and there are different spreads and fruits to change things up. Like usual, I'm the first to finish eating, followed by Aspen, who stretches out with a content sigh.
Breakfast was as superb as always. Thank you, Juliet.
It's my pleasure.
Two of them saying this is part of the routine too. Usually Aspen would be getting up right now and to leave for work, except this time she doesn't.
Don't you need to go, Aspen?
Is this your way of trying to get rid of me?
Oh no, I would never get rid of you. She peers at me from over the rim of her cup as she sips her coffee.
Nah, I haven't thought about that. I was just wondering.
I'm not sure if I should be flattered. Anyway, I'm working a mid-shift today, so I don't have to go in until noon.
Will you be writing then?
Yes, I ought to. I'm about halfway through this draft, and I'm trying to finish it by the end of this month, so every minute helps.
Oh my. Halfway already?
My.
That's excellent progress. I look forward to reading it when you're finished.
Don't give me too much credit, I still have to get there first, and you know how that's gone before.
All you can do is keep trying.
What are you writing?
A book. I've been working on it for a couple of years now, as long as I've been in Wellington.
Whoa, you're only halfway done? How long is it gonna be?
Only halfway! I wish it was as easy as you think it is.
She has a point there.
It takes time to plan the story and prepare to write, and then, even after the drafting is done, you still have to edit it and fix it. Of course, the more you write, the better you become at it. And so, sometimes you notice flaws in your story that you didn't catch before, so you have to go back or start over.
Juliet's in the background like... yeah.
How do you ever get anything done then if you're always getting better? Don't you just have to finish it eventually?
Simpering in the background.
Well, like I said, it's not that simple.
Aspen clears her throat.
Anyway, it's difficult to explain to someone who's never written anything. Believe me, any writer would tell you the same thing.
I glance over at Juliet, who's intently watching her tea as she stirs it.
And you? Did you end up finding something to fill your time?
Oh, like a hobby. Maybe. I don't know yet.
Well, don't worry about it too much. It's supposed to be fun, not something you have to force yourself to do. Although I'm hardly one to talk, there are times where I want to do anything except write.
It's okay. At least something. Julia told me about movies, so I'm trying watching one of those. Have you ever seen a movie?
Once or twice, I'm sure.
Actually, Mia, there was something I
Juliet
wanted to
doesn't watch
ask you.
movie or Aspen doesn't watch movies because she's just a fucking bookworm. And trust me, I know people like that who never go to the movies because they just read all the time.
What's that?
Well, how would you feel about helping out in the library as
Oh, do I have to make a choice?
I'll pay you for your time, of course. It would give you something to do during the day, and it would be a great help to me.
Unless I could do both, like if I could work a part-time job with her and her.
Really? But I thought you didn't need any help running the library.
It's true that I don't need it. The honor system has served me well for the day-to-day services, and I'm kept informed of any troublemakers.
Oh my god, is she gonna be like a fucking repo man for overdue books?
But in addition to the kind assistance from Aspen Mornings, I also have shelf books, maintain
Oh, okay, never mind.
catalogs, and more.
I was gonna say that, you know, if she had to be a repo man for books, that could go very wrong.
I don't mind those tasks at all. In fact, I find them rather relaxing. But without them, I'd be able to devote more time to other pursuits. If you're interested, you're more than welcome to decline. You needn't worry about being kicked out or disappointing me. I'm perfectly content either way.
Living around here doesn't sound bad at all. It doesn't sound very exciting either, and it's not like I found anything else I'd rather do instead. At least it's comfy in the library, and super convenient. Having some money again would be nice too. It'd be even better that there's no one trying to take it back.
Alright, I'll do it.
Okay, I don't actually get a choice. I was hoping that I could, you know, potentially choose to work at the cafe. Juliet looks a little taken aback.
That's fast. Are you quite sure?
Yeah, I'll try it at least.
But at the same time, she doesn't know how to read, so she can't do the jobs, which means that Aspen would have to teach her anyway.
Of course. If I did not for you, then I won't be upset. I want you to take the rest of the week for yourself, and then you come in on Monday.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
Excellent. I'll be looking forward to it.
The two of them chat a little bit longer before Aspen leaves to go write, and Juliet goes to bed. I stay mostly quiet, thinking to myself, a job. That's never something I envisioned having. I figured I'd just keep stealing until... Until what? Exactly. I'm not too sure. Until I find my person, I guess. Oh, now we're bringing this up again. That goal has been all I've focused on for my entire life. But now, spending time here in Wellington is actually making me plan things out in advance. When I stop and think of the future, it's a lot of emptiness and mystery. It makes me realize just how little I have to fall back on. That's why doing all these normal things like getting a job could be good for me. I don't know what might be useful someday. As for my person, I'm still thinking about them and how I can find them. That part hasn't changed. For now, I'll just go with the flow and see where it takes me. It's very, very bright again. Okay, let's quick save. So I can have like 5 real quick side things here. Which one should I go to first? Because these two are going to be progressing the story somewhat. We can go back to the cafe. Oh, I can actually go to the botanical garden now too. I kind of want to go to the garden. And hopefully, like later in the game, we might have like a date there or something. Botanical garden? Yeah, let's do it. Because the garden is so beautiful, it's not uncommon to see artists mulling about, trying to capture the plant's likeness in their sketchbooks. Sometimes it's young artists, probably fulfilling homework assignments, and sometimes it's experienced artists, with elaborate contraptions to hold up their canvases and carefully selected color palettes. Today, I walked past an old couple painting a rose bush. Maybe the paintings are in an early stage, or maybe it's a style I don't really understand. But each of their respective canvases look pretty mucky and unlike the roses in front of them. But they smile at each other and point out the little details of the colors and leaves as they work, and it seems kind of nice. So I guess who cares if the paintings are good or not? It's nice that they can do something like that together. I'll I'll have to see if I can go back and do the other ones. Once we finish eating breakfast, Juliet drums her fingers on the table, looking thoughtful.
Miho, it occurred to me that perhaps I should give you the proper tour of the library now. That way, you have the weekend to get better acquainted with it if you need.
If this progresses the story, I can go back to the big line of choices and actually see what the important choices did.
Tour? I think I've seen everything, right?
Pardon. I meant of the books themselves. Where to find each genre and what they are.
Oh, right. Sure.
Little ear dip. I hadn't really thought about the books. To me, they're all the same, but I guess that wouldn't be true for everyone else. Right now, I have the place memorized in the same way you memorize a battlefield. What places are out of sight, how to get in and out, and anything else that might be useful. I don't think there are many battles that might happen here, so Juliet's tour would probably be more helpful.
If you'd like, I can show you a couple of my favorite books.
Oh, please do.
That way, if anyone asks for a recommendation, you could at least make something up.
That'd be great.
Anything that makes it easier for me to make things up is fine by me. The three of us head to the entrance.
Let's start with the basics, shall we? As you know, this is the reference desk. It's where books are checked in and out, and where anyone who needs help can find it.
What kind of help do people ask for?
Usually, they need assistance finding a specific book. Or perhaps they need a recommendation for what to read next, as Aspen mentioned.
Hope they like the same books as her then.
Don't worry, I'll think of some that are more popular. Not my real favorites, which most people would be too bored to finish.
A little elitist, but, you know, at the same time, I'd also probably say a lot of my favorites are not commonplace books, so. Hell, the other day I was fucking talking about A Clockwork Orange being in my shelf over there, and that's not a very popular book, even if it is, like, well known. Juliet leads us to actual rows of shelves. I stare down the books as I pass by, committing as many details to memory as I can. Even if I can't read the words, I could try to remember the colors and shapes and colors.
Over here is the children's section. It's got lots of picture books and beginner reader books. The shelves are shorter too, so that children can reach them more easily.
Oh, I've seen some of those around. Are adults allowed to read them too?
Of course. Parents read to their kids quite often.
Some people read them for fun, too. You gain so much more appreciation for the illustrations once you're older.
That's true. Some of the illustrations are fucking amazing in children's books. We head over to another area.
This is the non-fiction section. It's for books about things that are true, rather than made-up stories.
I rarely visit this section, personally.
Yeah, same here, Aspen. In a shady corner near Aspen's favorite table, Juliet taps a small sign hanging on one of the shelves.
This is the mystery section. Stories about detectives, murders, and other such subjects live here.
I do admire mystery writers. It's difficult to come up with a compelling one.
That is true. And it's very difficult to write a mystery in a way that is compelling, even if you have a good mystery. Revealing the information is like what it's all about. But, you know, I'm not so much a Hitchcock fan, but, you know, he is regarded as a great mystery writer, but, like, he kind of defeats the purpose of most mysteries by, like, giving away the mystery earlier. We go around the whole library like this, with Julia and Aspen pointing out the other sections. Finally, we come to stop back at the desk where we started.
I do believe that's everything. Do you feel like you have a good understanding now?
Yeah, I could focus. I guess the thing about Hitchcock is that, like, he reveals the nature of the mysteries so that you can set up the stakes for the mysteries later. If you know a certain guy is a murderer, then every time you see that guy on screen, you're gonna be worried about what that guy's gonna do. And so, like, his brand of mystery is like the fear of like what's going to happen when those elements of the mystery are on screen, versus other mysteries where they're like fear of the elements that we don't know about.
It's hard to keep them all straight. Fantasy, history, cookbooks, biographies. I think I've got most of it though.
By the end, my head feels like it's spinning, and I know that I won't be able to remember everything, as hard as I try. But I do feel like I got a better understanding of the place. At the very least, I could show someone where to find the restrooms.
It is a lot to take in. Don't worry if you can't memorize it all right away. There's plenty of time to learn.
Even I forget where things are sometimes, and I've spent more time here than at my own apartment.
Thanks! It might take me a while, but I'll get it eventually.
I know you will. I have the utmost confidence in you.
Juliet is so bright and positive. If I'm going to do this, I may as well try my best. Maybe something good will come of it, and if not, I could always just leave.
Want me to show you the books I was thinking of now?
Sure.
Sure.
I'll be off to bed myself then. Have a lovely day, you two.
Sleep well.
Night.
Juliet heads upstairs while Aspen and I go back to the shelves.
To start with,
She leads the way to the fiction section, which is easy to remember since it's the biggest. Aspen runs a finger across the books as we move down the aisle. I see her scanning the titles before she stops and taps the spine of one.
here we are, Wuthering Heights. I just returned this one
Wuthering
recently
Waves.
after finishing my annual reread.
She's a MiHoYo lover.
It's a very tragic love story. The main character is rather terrible, I must confess, and there's an awful lot of death.
I need to see her Genshin account.
But despite all that, it's beautiful.
That description definitely isn't what I was expecting.
People really like to read that stuff?
Sometimes, yes. You read to experience all kinds of different feelings. Besides, I think there's a kind of sad beauty to doomed romances like that.
Don't say that.
It really does
Don't
put
say
life
that,
in
please.
perspective.
Please don't say that, Aspen. Please don't foreshadow.
If you say so.
You don't have to take my word for it. I'm sure you'll see for yourself once you start working here. In the meantime...
I follow Aspen to the other side of the room. Also, Wuthering Heights is not an unpopular book, where there are a couple of smaller racks of books near the counter.
Do you enjoy poetry?
Yes, I enjoy poetry.
You mean like races and stuff? Guess they're okay.
That's pottery. Poetry is... prose. Words in their best order. Poetry, the best words in the best order.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
Samuel Coleridge said that. He was a poet, but he's not the one I have in mind. I'll show you what he meant.
The book she selects looks old. Very old. It has a green cover that's rough like a lizard's skin, with the letters being faded gold.
Alfred Lord Tennyson is one of the most famous poets to have existed. I simply adore his work. Here, this is from The Lady of Shalott. Ahem.
She clears her throat again, even though it's only been a few seconds since the last time.
Willows whiten, aspens shiver. The sunbeam showers break and quiver. In the stream that runneth ever, by the island in the river, flowing down to Camelot.
Oh, that's good. Sunbeam showers breaking clear. That's a great line. Obviously, Aspen shivered. I barely heard past the first line.
Aspens! Like your name! Does it come from this poem?
If only. Aspens are a type of tree. Mum loves them. More than she likes poetry, for sure. I do wish I'd been named after it, though.
She reads me the rest of it, which ends up being pretty long. It's kind of hard to follow, but imagining the fields and towers that she talks about is nice. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've been to Camelot before. Some of the details in the poem aren't quite right. Anyway, even if I don't really understand the poem, it's nice to listen to Aspen reading it. Plus, there's no way I'll forget what the book looks like.
Alright, last one. I thought 3 would be enough to start, but you can always ask me for more recommendations if you need. I could suggest books until lunch, if I didn't stop myself.
Oh, please don't stop yourself, Aspen.
I might someday. Even though I lived in the library for a few days now, I never really knew how many different books there were out there before.
Oh, believe me, this library isn't even a fraction of what exists. It's not that big for a library, in fact, just huge for a personal collection, which is really what it is.
How many books have you read?
I couldn't even guess. Definitely hundreds. Maybe thousands? I've never tried counting, but perhaps I should now that you mention it.
Well, that would be a fucking task ahead.
It would be nice to look back on someday. Okay, here we are.
The book she takes me to is laid out flat on an end table where more people can see it, rather than on a shelf.
Everyone knows the story of Peter Pan, the boy who never grows up and can fly. Everyone except me. Now you do too. Peter has a darling fairy friend named Tinkerbell, and he fights the dastardly pirate Captain Hook. Peter leads a group of boys called the Lost Boys, and they cause all sorts of trouble for Neverland, where they all live.
What do you mean he never grows up?
In Neverland, you never get older. So he stays a young boy for his whole life. Even when the girl he loves, Wendy, grows up and gets married, and someday dies.
You sure do like sad stories, huh?
Please don't foreshadow. Please don't foreshadow.
It's as Peter Pan himself says. To die would be an awfully big adventure. Still, it's not like I only like sad things. Romance is my favorite genre, and not just the tragic kind.
Then let's make not tragic romance. I sit down on one of the chairs since it seems like Aspen wants to have a conversation. May as well get comfy. Yeah, hold on. Posture checked myself. Aspen sits down too, fidgeting with the strap of her purse.
Why is it your favorite?
Why? Well,
Her hands stop moving while she thinks.
In a book, things can be much more perfect than in real life. A moonlit balcony all alone, or a sunset kiss on the seashore. Real life is considerably messier. I've never been in love before, although I think it sounds quite nice. As I said earlier, people read to feel things.
They play this game to feel things.
So
or
until
watch
that
me play
time,
this game.
Living vicariously through other stories is enough. What about you?
What about me?
Do you ever hope to fall in love? I assume you haven't been in love before, but maybe I'm wrong.
Nah, I haven't. I like being on my own.
Do you think maybe that would change if you met the right person?
It's a very leading question, Aspen.
I don't know. Maybe. Since everyone forgets me, there's never been a reason for me to care.
Hold on, I need to check. I haven't thought about it much, is what I missed there, sorry.
I suppose that's reasonable. Still, that must be... Well, it doesn't matter. Do you ever watch movies? Or TV? Just about everything has a love story in it nowadays, not just books.
Nah, not in a long time.
How long?
She sure asks a lot of questions. And they jump around topics so much, too. I don't really mind. But I have to try hard to even remember the answers. All the places I've seen and days I've spent have mostly blurred together in my head.
I'm not sure. A few years? There was a really big crowd around a window, so I wanted to see what they were all looking at.
And? What was it?
I don't know what it was. I didn't speak the language there yet, and I didn't memorize the sounds. But on TV, there were these people in white suits bouncing around, and the people watching seemed really excited by it.
Aspen gasps.
Did the people on TV, do you remember by chance if the place they were hopping around looked like a desert, all rocky and empty?
Oh, it's a... Yeah, I get it.
Now that you mention it, yeah. How did you know?
She was, what was she watching? Interstellar? She dashes a hand to her forehead in disbelief.
That was the moon landing!
Oh, pretty close.
No, I'm pretty sure I'd remember if the moon landed.
Not like that, silly. It was when humans went to the moon for the first time.
Wait, they did?
Yes, and you saw it happen, apparently.
I love this entire scene.
They must have had help from the Fabled's magic, right?
No, not this time. It was pure human ingenuity.
Wow.
Little coffee drinker eyes.
You look surprised.
I am. I didn't know humans could do something like that.
Well, not just any human. It took a lot of work from a lot of people. It still does to this day. I can't believe you got to watch it live, though. What was it like?
Had a really good lunch that day.
To be honest, during big events like this, I probably remember having a good lunch more than the actual event too, so I can relate to Miho here.
Everyone was so distracted that I was able to sneak into a restaurant that usually would have caught me.
She shakes her head. She SMHs her head.
That's all you can remember.
It was some kind of pasta dish with a white sauce and lots of cheese.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I meant about... Oh, never mind. Anyway, I was just going to suggest asking Juliet about putting a TV in your room. Surely there's one in this place somewhere. It would give you something to do, at least. And you don't have to be able to read to enjoy the story of a good show or movie.
Yeah, I might. I definitely need something to do other than walk around town all day.
Let me know if you do. I'll bring over some movies for you to borrow. If I can't recommend books to you, at least I can do that.
Will do. I don't know where else I'd start anyway.
Checking her phone, Aspen stands back up.
I'll be more than happy
Netflix
whenever
and
you
chill,
ask.
yeah.
For now, not to be rude, but I'm going to go write for a little while. I'm working on the last couple chapters of this book before I'm finished, and I want to be done with it as
Okay,
fast as I can.
this might just take place after one scene in the same day.
Oh, sure. Good luck.
To tell the truth, I'm always a bit relieved when somebody else ends a conversation for me. I never know how to do it myself. I wave goodbye as Aspen goes off to her table by the window, pen in hand. Within moments, she's hunched over her notebook, writing. Okay. Unless this is the next day, it's an afternoon Thursday. So I might have missed something potentially. I can go back and check if I did. Or I could probably just check the VOD too and see if it was afternoon Thursday at the time. Give me a second to do that. Oh, I can't actually go back and check the VOD right now. But, alright. I'm not gonna... I could load. It was Oriental Bay in the park, right? So the park might have done more for Lena, and Oriental Bay might have done more for the kid. I could load. Hold on. Let's save an empty slot here. And okay, I don't think I can quick load from here. Unless the quick load Okay, so it was afternoon Wednesday. Hold on here. So I missed something if I don't go to Cuba Street or Waterfront. But it's probably not going to be either of them. So I don't know. I think I'll go ahead and stay with the load that I have because I like the option that I got. But it's something that if you're doing another playthrough, you can go and check. I think it might be like you get a scene with Lena potentially. Yeah, you can play it again. Oh, there's also a quest if I go to the park. Oh, it's with Lena. I get a quest with Lena if I go to the park. Let me click quick load real quick. Cuba Street, I get the boy, and Waterfront, I get this guy. So, okay, I see now. I see. I'm gonna go ahead, and since it doesn't say that I get any specific person, let's try going somewhere else and seeing if that passes the time, or if I need to go back. Replayed to see all the events. I'm feeling a little lethargic, so maybe I'll have a warm tea and a long, peaceful sit. I can always count on the Bell House for its cozy atmosphere, after all. I buy my drink, find my favorite seat, and settle down. And then I watch a kid across the cafe knock his midnight double chocolate swirl drink on the ground and immediately start crying. So much for the atmosphere. I think I'll sit outside today. Okay, so I do miss that scene with Lena. So I'm gonna load that so we can get the Lena scene. Since I don't have anything better to do, I decide to head back to the park to see Lena. Aspen told me where and when I could find her, although we both know that Lena won't have any idea who I am. Making sure that I see Aspen and Juliet every day is hard enough as it is. Although I like Lena, I don't think I could put in the effort to have her remember me too. Maybe if she started coming by the library in the mornings like Aspen does, although I'm pretty sure that's the last thing Aspen would ever want to happen. I go back to the park where we play tennis and wander around searching for Lena. It takes a bit longer. Right, I might have to come back to certain characters every day to make sure that I continue their storylines with them. It takes a bit longer since I'm not looking for something as obvious as a tennis court, but I finally find her in a group of people near some trees. All of them, including her, have shovels in their hands and are working on digging holes. Finally, something I'm good at. Although, compared to tennis, it looks more like a punishment than a hobby. I walk over to Lena, who's barely made a dent in the ground. She waves when she sees me, but not in a familiar way.
Hi there! Here to volunteer?
Yeah, Lena's forgotten.
Maybe? Volunteer for what?
To save the planet, duh! What does it look like we're doing?
Digging in the dirt?
Exactly! We're planting new trees to, help beautify the city of Wellington by promoting natural resources. I think.
She's definitely trying to impress the Dryad here. She says the second part like she's reading off a label or sign.
If you want to help out, go talk to Cyrus. He'll get you all set up.
Lena points over at someone that I sort of recognize. The Dryad that Lena was watching when we played tennis. Since I'm here, I might as well give it a shot. So I follow her instructions and walk up. Yeah, see, he's very Dryad-like.
Hi there. I'm here to help out.
Welcome aboard. I'm Cyrus. Here's a sapling and a shovel.
He's not very interested. Cyrus holds out a shovel in one hand and a small bucket with a tree in the other. I take them, doing my best not to drop the sapling.
Okay. I'm Miho. What do we do now?
First you dig, then you plant. Then you do that over and over until you get bored and go home.
Who hurt you, man?
That sounds easy enough.
I mean, he's a I guess a lot of people hurt Dryads inadvertently.
Everyone says that at first. Good luck.
He starts to walk away, but then pauses.
Hey, quick question. Are you friends with that girl over there? The one with the wings?
Lena?
Yeah.
Sort of.
Can you let me know if she... Actually, never mind.
Oh, he likes her too.
Let me know if you need any help.
This time, he really does leave, walking around to check the progress everyone is making. Now that I'm all set up, I take the things he gave me and go back to where Lena is. Yep, gotta be her wing woman.
Good to go? Since you're new too, let's have a race. We can see who plants more trees by the end.
I gotta be a Harpy's wing woman. Before I can respond or even think about it, Lena starts furiously hacking into the ground. Dirt flies like when I was building my den. I watch her for a second and then start on my own. I don't really want to compete with Lena, so I go at my own pace. It's a little awkward. I could do this in seconds as a fox, but using a shovel feels strange and inefficient. Muscles I didn't even know I have start to feel sore. Only a few minutes later, Lena sprawls into the ground in exhaustion. She's only halfway done at best.
I didn't think it'd be so hard to dig a hole.
While she's lying there, Cyrus comes around on one of his inspections. He stops and examines both our handiwork.
Nice job, Miho. You're a natural. Lena? Good effort.
Lena leaps to her feet, using her wings to propel herself into a standing position.
I wasn't taking a break. I was, testing the ground to see if it might be softer over here. Look, this one will be even better.
Before our eyes, Lena starts facing to attack the ground again, even faster than when she started racing me. Dirt sails over her heads as she tosses it away from herself, with some falling onto Cyrus's head. He looks strangely resigned.
Just don't hurt yourself, okay? I don't want to have to carry someone to the hospital again.
Again?
Carrie? I mean, again?
Lena asks questions without stopping her work.
It's a long story. Anyway, just be careful.
As he begins to leave, Cyrus puts a hand on my shoulder. I tense up, but manage not to shake it off.
Keep an eye on her, would you?
I nod, and Cyrus walks away. As soon as he's out of earshot, Lena comes to a halt.
Miho, right? I need you to break my arm.
Jesus fucking Christ.
You... what?
Yeah, maybe that's a bit much. Maybe just a finger would be enough.
God. She wants this guy's attention. She wants me to break her finger.
Why would you want to do that?
Oh, you're right! A broken leg
No.
would make more sense.
No, don't do that. Please don't do that. I'm not entirely sure we're having the same conversation. I decide to try a different approach.
So, are you and Cyrus friends or something?
Friends? Kind of. Unfortunately.
You don't want to be friends?
No, Ralph, I'm not gonna break her leg.
I want to be more than that!
I knew it. For the first time ever, Lena looks around after speaking, like she's worried someone might have heard her.
Like... best friends?
More than that! Like boyfriend and girlfriend.
Oh...
Does Miho even know what that is? That explains why I didn't understand.
How's that going?
She sighs, and her wings droop.
Well, you just saw pretty much. I know Cyrus from ballet, but I quit ballet, so I only get to see him at other stuff like this. But he's always trying something new every week, so I do too.
I see. He keeps trying new stuff so that, like, he can impress her. And then she tries his new stuff so she can impress him. And so they just keep ending up in this like horrific cycle.
But it's kind of hard to talk to him, especially when he's so busy. When I heard he was gonna come plant trees, I had no idea he'd be in charge. So I can't let him think I'm a slacker or bad at tennis. Not when he already thinks I'm a quitter.
Yeah, so don't break your fucking leg.
I think I get it.
The one thing I know for sure is that it sounds complicated. Good luck, Lena. The two of us got back to shoveling dirt, and eventually we go deep enough that we can plant the saplings Cyrus gave us. I carefully set mine in the ground and then cover it back up with the same way I've seen other people doing. When it's time to wrap up, Cyrus makes one last trip around, collecting shovels and handing out water bottles. When he reaches us, he nods approvingly.
Good work, both of you.
Thanks.
I gulp down the water he gives me in a few swigs.
Yeah, thanks.
On the other hand, Lena still seems a little dejected. She doesn't even try to talk to Cyrus before he leaves. When the two of us part ways, she just gives me a half-hearted wave.
See you later.
Yeah, bye.
I'm not even sure what she'll be doing next time, much less when or where. Maybe Aspen will be able to tell me about it again. Digging holes wasn't exactly something I thought I'd want to do a second time, but planting a tree was satisfying. And I'm kinda curious to see how things go on with Lena and Cyrus, if they go at all. Lena's kind of a lot, as Aspen says, but she's nice. I hope everything works out for her at least. Looking around, I notice that I'm the only one left. So I toss my empty bottle in the recycling bin and start making my way back. Alright. Quick save that. And it's now the morning on a Friday. So I could talk with the kid again, with the parents who are getting divorced. I could talk with the dude. Or I could try meeting up with Aspen and maybe Lena at the cafe, but it doesn't say that. Right? I have a feeling that dude is gonna remember me. But the poor kid with parents. Yeah, we'll help out the kid. Feeling like I could use a break, I head down to Cuba Street. While I walk, I count up the bills in my wallet. Not having to worry about money so much is nice. I could buy so many snacks, and no one can yell at me now. When I get there, I zero in on the convenience store I stole sandwiches from my first day there. I browse through, grabbing anything that looks good, carrying it up to the front where I dump everything onto the counter.
All of these, please.
Are you having a party or something?
Nope. It's all for me.
The impressed-looking employee fills up the plastic bag with my bounty, chips and candy and sandwiches.
Now, to find somewhere to enjoy these.
I don't want to walk all the way back to the library, but all the benches around here are full. I carry my bag up the street, then down another and another. Eventually, I reach a place I've never seen before. A large brick entrance looms over me with a wide open black gate. People are going in and out freely, so it must be okay. It's not breaking and entering if everyone's doing it right. As soon as I step in, I'm surrounded by plants. There's green in every direction. I don't have to walk for very long before I find exactly what I'm looking for. A nice quiet bench in the shade of a couple trees. As I'm walking over, something suddenly flies past my face. First I think it a bird or a piece of cloth caught in the wind, but after a second I realize it's a fable, one that seems kind of familiar. It drifts away without stopping and floats in the opposite direction from me. I go and sit down, unwrapping the snack bar that I bought and taking a big bite. While I'm munching, a bug starts to buzz around my head. I wave it away a few times, but it keeps coming back.
What is it with things getting in my face today?
No matter how many times I swat it, the bug doesn't give up. Finally, I go to knock it away, and totally by accident end up catching it in my hand instead. I can feel it buzzing against my palm as it flies around, trying to find a way out. It's not exactly pleasant. I'm not sure what to do with it. If I just toss it to the bushes, it'll come right back.
Can I have that?
A voice behind almost startles me into letting the bug go. I spin around and come face to face with a fabled that flew by a couple minutes ago. Just beneath him is the kid.
Have the bug?
Yeah, it's for my collection.
The boy holds up a book with some pictures of other bugs in it.
I've got almost all the bugs on this page. That's the only one left.
Suddenly, I remember where I've seen him, both him and the fabled before. On the pier, hiding from his mom a couple weeks ago. I think his name was Tommy. It took me a bit to recognize him since he wasn't pouting.
Mom won't let me keep bugs because she says they're dirty, but Dad doesn't mind. So can I have it? Please?
He pulls out a little jar from one of his pockets and opens the lid.
Well, that solves my problem, I guess.
I dump the bug into the jar and Tommy quickly shuts it.
Thanks. Kirby and I were tracking this one all day.
The fabled hops up and down in agreement. At least I think it's agreement. 3 of us return the sound of footsteps as someone else approaches us. My private spot has filled up pretty fast.
Hi, bud. You catch anything good yet?
Dad! Dad! Look what this lady caught!
Tommy runs up and shoves the jar into the man's face. He takes it and inspects the bug inside.
Oh, looks like a big one. Did you say thank you?
Yeah, Kirby did too.
Oh, is that what it meant when you bopped up and down?
Both Tommy and his dad stare at me like I've just said something crazy. I take an instinctive step backwards.
You mean that...
You can see Kirby? You mean he's real?
Oh, that's right. I remember this from last time. No one except Tommy can see Gerby. Tommy and me, apparently.
Yeah, he's floating right there. He has a purple flower on his head, and on his sides.
Point to Gerby, although the little fable doesn't have a mouth, its eyes crinkle up in a way that makes me think he'd be smiling.
Wow, she can really see him! See, I told you he was real, told you!
It's probably that, you know, other fabled can recognize other fabled.
You sure did, kiddo.
He turns to me.
Not sure how you did it, but you're the first person I've met who's been able to see Gerby. I've heard lots about him, of course. My name's Elijah, by the way.
Elijah.
I'm a reporter for one of the local papers. Mind if I ask you a couple questions?
Oh, no way you're putting this in the paper, man. That I can see your son's quote-unquote imaginary friend. Please don't put this in the paper. I just wanted to eat a snack in peace. Now I'm being asked to do an interview. My discomfort must show because Elijah waves a hand just like when I was trying to wave the bug away.
It's fine, it's fine. Forget I asked. Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
I'm just not very good at talking to people.
Don't worry, I get you.
No worries. Thanks for helping Tommy catch that bug, though. Beats me having to do it.
Sure. It was kind of an accident, though.
He seems like a nice dad.
Hey, an accident doesn't have to be a bad thing. Me and Tommy should probably be heading out, though, or his mum's gonna be upset with me. Oh, and Gerby.
Okay. Goodbye.
Take care. Say bye, Tommy.
Bye!
Elijah takes Tommy's hand and leads him back to the gate, holding Tommy's book in his other hand. Tommy carries the bug in a jar, peeking in to check it every few steps. Only Gerby stays behind, orbiting around my head a couple times before bouncing up and down. Then he floats off in the same direction as the other two. When I'm finally alone, I sigh with relief. At long last, I can enjoy the snacks I had brought earlier. When a bug shows up and starts floating around me, I just leave it alone. I'm not taking any more chances. After another day spent entertaining myself around town, I decide to take Aspen's advice and ask Juliet about a TV. The light is on in Juliet's study, meaning she's in there. I knock on the door and get an instant response.
Come in.
The study hasn't changed at all since I was here a couple days ago. Except there aren't any bats in the corner this time. It's just me and her.
Hi.
Good evening, Miho. What brings you here?
I'm a little bit worried about how to do this. Usually I just take something I want. Lately I've started saying yes when people offer me things. But going in and asking for something? Well, I'll have to do it sometime.
I had a question. Yesterday, Aspen said I should ask about getting a TV in my room. That way, I'd have something to do.
Oh, that is a good idea. I take it today wasn't particularly exciting either.
Well, other than someone almost trying to write a report on us seeing an imaginary friend.
Not really. It was fine. Nothing bad happened. I'm just...
I don't want to say I'm bored. What if she thinks I'm blaming her? Or ungrateful? I bite my lip, trying to think of a better way to put it, but she seems to read my mind.
Bored? It's all right, you can say it. An empty room would be boring for anyone. I believe there should be a television somewhere around. Let's take a look.
If you were a vampire like her, would you wear 1800s clothing as well? I follow behind her out of the office. Juliet takes me down one of the hallways I've never been down, and where I don't think I've ever seen the lights turned on. We pass by several doors.
What are all these rooms?
They've been all kinds of things over the years. Bedrooms, studies, playrooms. But now they're mostly just storage.
There's something very sad about that, about them being empty bedrooms. And she's probably lived a couple hundred years. We stop in front of the door, indistinguishable from the rest.
I believe this is the one.
And you guys both agree that you would wear 1800s clothing? It's not locked. Juliet just opens it normally. Inside it is dark and dusty. The window is covered with heavy curtains that don't let any light in. In other words, what you'd expect from a vampire's house. There's tons of junk leaning against the walls, like some faded bicycles and a dresser that's missing a drawer.
Ah, there it is.
Juliet points, so I see what she's looking at. There's a TV in one corner, with its cords wrapped around itself in a thick blanket of dust. We both walk over, and I wipe some of the dust away. It immediately blows into my face.
Miho, are you alright?
Oh, it's amazing. Still, I back a few steps away.
As you can tell, it's been a while since I've come in here.
Much more carefully than me, Juliet cleans off the TV.
I believe it should still work, though.
Okay, I can move it to my room then.
It's alright. I can take it.
Juliet effortlessly lifts the TV up and begins to carry it to my room.
Whoa.
She's strong. She's a strong nerd. I know from plenty of experience that TVs aren't exactly easy to lift.
I need to remind myself to never piss her off.
I hurry after her, arriving at my room just as she sets the TV down in the corner and plugs it in.
Let's see.
Oh, I fucking know. You fucking know it, Lana. Oh, yeah, also she is the top. She presses the power button, and with a soft buzz, it comes to life.
It works!
Indeed. I'm relieved. Let me try to remember how to use it.
It's kind of slow, but she manages to explain all the different buttons and what they do, and how to use the remote. It doesn't seem that complicated, but also I never learned how to do it either. Once we make sure it's not going to die or anything, Juliet leaves me on my own with it. I change through all the channels, getting an idea for what there is. There are some channels with cartoons, which I know are meant for kids. Also some shows with real people in them, but they don't make much sense to me. Maybe if I watch them from the beginning. There are also plenty of ads. I recognize more products than I do shows. That probably has to do with my lifestyle more than anything else. Even flipping through stations constantly, I do find myself having much more fun than if I was just napping or walking around. I can see why some humans do this all day. Eventually, I go back to one of the cartoon channels. Even if they're for kids, they're easier to follow along with. I pick one and leave it running, climbing into bed to watch. I end up spending a few hours watching until I fall asleep that night. Having something else to follow along with and think about is a nice distraction from having my own doubts and worries creep up on me. Oh, isn't that the fucking truth? Holy shit. That's the whole reason I fucking picked up this game. Well, it was given to me, but I decided I wanted this game. If this is what normal life is like, then maybe it's something I could get used to after all. It's Sunday now, so I skipped Saturday, which means that Lena's not going to remember me. Well, she might. Actually, it might have been Saturday. It might have been Saturday, actually, now that I think about it. And it doesn't say that I'll meet with a character at the cafe. Also, it's Sunday, right? She's probably not there. Or Aspen's probably not there, so... During a conversation with Aspen, she told me about what Lena's next adventure would be. An outdoor planing class. When that time rolls around, I decide to go check it out. Just like other activities I've tried to learn with Lena, it'll be happening in the park. When I arrive, I don't even have to look around. The class is right next to the entrance. The group is bigger than the ones for tennis and tree planting. Everyone has a big canvas on the stand in front of them, and there are a bunch of paints and brushes in the middle. Also, I'm wondering if I missed an opportunity with Lena in there, that I could have hit Lena every single day. Lena's easy to find like always, and I see Cyrus on the other side of the crowd away from her, although I can't get the boy every day, so maybe it's just the case that I can't do Lena every day. It seems like he's not the one in charge today. A friendly person in a paint-stained apron sees me arrive and helps me choose a canvas and some art supplies, and then sends me to find a spot. Naturally, I head over to where Lena is.
Hey, mind if I set up here?
Oh, sure. Are you new here?
Okay, so it was actually 2 days. So I don't think it's possible for me to keep it up with Lena.
Yeah, this is my first time painting.
Me too. Want to have a Actually, maybe you shouldn't race when you're painting.
Maybe not. I take a peek at what Lena's been working on. It doesn't seem like there's a particular topic, so everyone's painting is different. Lena's painting the picture of a young swan with a pink flower on its head. It's surprisingly great.
This is amazing for your first time.
You think so? I mean, of course it is. What are you gonna paint?
I don't know yet. Let's see.
I know that Lena loves Lana, so I'm gonna try to hit up Lena whenever I can. But also that Lena is Lana, but with coffee. There are a bunch of different size brushes and a variety of colors. Having so many options to choose from makes it harder, not easier, to decide. Maybe I should go for something simple, like a tree. Choosing a brush in a shade of brown, I get to work.
Alright everyone, warm-up's over. Go ahead and find a partner. We're going to work on portraits today.
The tree is mostly done by now. It's not very detailed, and it doesn't look like any tree I've ever seen in my real life, but at least I can tell what it's supposed to be. The instructor says to choose a partner. I instinctively turn to Lena, trying to ask her, but of course she's looking over in Cyrus's direction. I sigh to myself.
You should go ask him before he ends up with someone else.
It'll mean I have to partner up with a stranger, but as far as Lena's concerned, she and I are already strangers, so it shouldn't make that much of a difference. Lena jumps in shock.
Whoa, are you a mind reader?
Something like that.
I am the perfect wing woman for the harpy.
That's so cool! You're right, though. But what if he says no?
Then he says no, I guess. Nothing would have changed, right?
She taps her chin.
You know, you kind of remind me of someone I work with. Anyway, wish me luck.
Good luck.
I watch as Lena goes up to Cyrus and talks to him, too far away for me to hear. I guess it must work out, because they soon set up their canvases facing each other. Unfortunately, watching them means that I missed out on my chance to find a partner. When I look around, everyone else is matched up with someone. It's more than fine with me, but unfortunately the inspector comes over and invites me to partner up with her, which I grudgingly accept. For the next little while, I struggle to make something that resembles a woman across from me. This would be a lot easier if she looked like a tree. After 10 or 15 minutes, she claps her hands together to get everyone's attention.
Time to change things up. Show your partners what you made, and then go find a new partner.
The painting instructor sounds very Bob Ross. Also, I can imagine the painting instructor will, like, wake up the next day and be like, who the fuck did I paint? While everyone gets to that, she brings her canvas over to show me.
Whoa.
It's definitely me. My tail is fluffier in real life and my ears aren't that big, but I can still recognize myself.
Mine's not even close to that good.
I turn around the canvas so she can see the results. Compared to the painting she made, I'm kind of embarrassed to share. Still, she smiles at it.
I think it's lovely. Painting is like anything else. The more you do it, the more you improve. And I've been doing it for a long time. We all have to start somewhere, though.
The moment the instructor and I are done talking, someone taps me on the shoulder. I turn around to see Lena.
Hey, let's be partners.
Sure.
Secretly, I just think to myself about how I'm getting paired up with another good artist. The instructor blows a whistle at the start, and Lena and I both get to work.
So, how'd it go?
How'd what go?
I know she can't have forgotten me that quickly.
Talking to Cyrus.
Oh, that.
Using a few shades of pink and white, I managed to paint something that looks passably close to Lena's clothes. If I squint a little, at least.
I got too nervous to really say much, so we just painted each other until it was time to switch.
In the middle of a brush stroke, Lena suddenly drops her brush in horror.
Oh no, what if he thinks I'm boring?
I don't think anyone could think that about you.
Hard agree.
Yeah, but what if he does? This is not good!
Leaving the paintbrush in the glass, Lena closes her eyes and puts her fingers to the sides of her head like she did back at tennis. She must do that for at least a minute, while I just keep working on my painting. It looks more like Lena than my last one looked like the painting instructor, but I already know her wings are going to give me trouble.
Okay, got it. I need you to do me a favor.
What is it?
When we change partners again, I need you to go partner up with Cyrus, and then you can ask him what he thinks about me. Don't just straight up ask him, though. That'd be too obvious. Try to see if you can get him to say it without saying it.
Say it without saying it?
Yeah, you know, like,
She makes a few gestures that remind me of charades, but I have no idea what she's trying to say.
Okay, I'll try.
Thanks, I owe you one.
I'm not even motivated by that, because it's not like she'll remember long enough for me to ever cash it in. I just want to see what happens.
All right, new partners. This will be the last time.
Here, this is my painting of you. It's better than the last one.
It still isn't great, but I like the way some parts of it turned out.
Ooh, I look great.
Oh, I'm invested too. I want to fucking get these two idiots together. Staring down at her own canvas, Lena frowns.
I, kind of forgot to paint you. So, I guess I owe you 2 things.
That's fine.
Cool. Okay, hurry, before someone else takes him.
I walk over to Cyrus as fast as I can without being self-conscious about it. Fortunately, he was distracted with something himself, so he's still on his own.
Hey, wanna be partners?
Alright. I'm sure it's a total coincidence you were just talking with Lena, right?
Not at all.
I appreciate the honesty. Anyway, let's get started.
Both of us set up our canvases. I feel a little more in my comfort zone painting Cyrus. At the same time, I try to think of how to ask what Lena asked. To do what Lena asked.
Hey, can you do me a favor?
Uh-oh. I mean, what is it?
There's something that I want to ask Lena, but I don't know how she'll take it. We've known each other for a bit, but that's why I'm worried. I mean, I kind of know her feelings, but not that well. So, and maybe don't ask her this outright. Maybe you can try to see how she feels by, like...
He makes some vague hand gesture that eventually turns into a shrug.
Well, you know what I mean.
No, I don't.
Anyway, what I want to know is...
A shrill whistle blows, cutting Cyrus off.
Alright, that's it. Time to show him off.
I rub my ears to recover from the sound before waiting for Cyrus to continue.
Actually, never mind. It was dumb anyway.
No, don't say that. You really want to get with her and she wants to get with you, man. How many more times do we have to go through this?
Here's what I made. Ta-da!
Cyrus spins his canvas around to reveal...
Oh, phew.
I can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He's just as bad at painting as I am. I show him my equally unimpressive work. It's messy and scattered.
Nice job. You really captured the way I feel inside.
I too am messy and scattered. I want to press him on what he was going to say, because this is the second time he's almost asked me about Lena and then changed his mind. Before I can ask though, Lena herself comes hurrying over, carrying her canvas. I just read your fucking comment, Lana. SMHing my head. She walks up and shoves it into Cyrus's hands before he can even react.
I made this for you so you'd have okay, bye!
Immediately, she zips off back the way she came. He holds the portrait at arm's length where he can see it. I move behind to get a good view as well. Just like Lena's picture of the swan, the picture of Cyrus is really good. It shows him looking thoughtful as he works on his own painting, biting his lip in concentration. Oh, she wants to see some lip biting action. Don't we all? There's a lot of detail in his eyes and face, and on the leafy vein that runs up his neck.
Whoa. This is...
Really good?
Yeah.
The two of us look around to try to find Lena, but she's nowhere to be seen. She must have left right away, or she's hiding somewhere.
What was it you wanted me to ask her?
Cyrus just shakes his head, still looking at the painting.
It's fine. I need to ask her myself.
Yeah, you fucking knew. Go and ask her. All of us, minus Lena, help the instructor clean everything up, with some people taking home their portraits and others tossing them. Cyrus and I say goodbye to each other, but we never talk anymore about Lena. Still, even if it's been a while before we hang out again, I have a feeling I haven't heard the last of this. I've been going 5.5 hours in this game today of non-stop talking. So I think it's about time for me to save the game here. Hell, I'm gonna save it in 2 spots here. We're gonna put two save spots here just in case. But thank you so much for joining me today. Let's go back to the title screen. Thank you so much for joining me today. There's 2 ways that this ends. Number 1 is that they could all just be a polycule together, and the endings could be based on who you helped in the meantime, or you choose one of the 2. But I get the feeling that no matter who you choose, the other one will be happy with the other person's result, right? I think they're all like very healthy in the way that, like, if Miho paired up with Juliet, then Aspen wouldn't be upset. Or if she paired up with Aspen, then Juliet wouldn't be upset, you know? So I don't think there's any bad way to end the game. Just based off what I've seen so far, there's not really any contention between the 2 of them, you know? So I think that's where we're gonna leave it today. Let me go find... Yeah, we're gonna get some... I think all of them had sad stories. I think that Juliet's encountered loss, and Aspen, I'm not exactly sure what yet. But I'm sure she has a reason why she doesn't feel like she wants to be in reality so much, and she would rather be in the company of books, you know? And then there's, of course, the Traveler, right? Because the Traveler is probably fucking dead now. And I imagine that the scroll is probably how to break the curse permanently. But the fact that the Traveler's dead means that she needs to find a new human to love and feel protected by in the same way that he made her feel, right? And so that's probably the ultimate, that's probably where she finds her closure, is finding love and protection with somebody. But yeah, I think I'm going to, let me check who's online right now for me to send you off to, if I can rate anybody at all. Oh god, I'm hearing my voice 6 seconds in the past. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna send you over to Spicy Spikester. It's her 3-year streamiversary today, and I think she deserves a little love. So, your guess for what the scroll says, you're already tearing up. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna send you over to Spicy Spikester. And I hope you enjoy her. Let me pull her up here real quick. She's currently playing Helldivers 2, so it's gonna be a hell of a change. But I hope you enjoy it nonetheless. I know Lana's gonna be super happy for Helldivers 2. Alright, I'm sending you all over. Thank you guys so much for watching today. If you haven't followed already, please make sure to follow, because we're getting very close to affiliate, and have a lovely rest of your evening. Goodbye.